Okay. It seems like it's long overdue for us to introduce NCSA to your team, but think about it as the in-depth introduction and discussion, because usually the time we meet only 7 a.m. Thailand time for 1 hour is not enough for us to discuss everything. Okay, so with this occasion is I think it's good time for us to get to know in depth about what else have been going on within CSA, what are the other functions that we have been performed or trying to do, and ongoing and running programs in different aspects for our CSA. Okay, and the presentation and my explanation will serve as a guide for our discussion. So whenever you want to ask the question or want to discuss in depth about anything that we have shown on the screen or what have been explained to you, then please don't hesitate to ask because it would be best to do it in discussion or not only just for the presentation. Okay, next. Okay, you are familiar with the Cybersecurity Act. Okay, our organization was established under Section 22, which means that we have to recommend the policy and plans. We say propose or recommend because the one that we approve, the policy and plan will be the cabinet. The NCSE committee will agree on the plan and propose it to the cabinet, and then it will get approved. Okay, and the other one is prepare the practice, code of practice and standard framework according to the law. Is what part of the secondary legislature. And many of these we will say propose and prepare because the one that approve it will be the NCSC, which right now is led by General Pravit. He was assigned by our Prime Minister to be in charge for NCSC, the National Cyber Security Committee. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I have a quick question on that. Does the National Security Council office staff the NCSC? No.
No, it's almost it's the National Cyber Security Committee. Yeah, the other one, Somocho, is NSC. Yeah, but the name is almost the same.
Yes. So actually, but since the Deputy Prime Minister chairs it, who provides the staff for the NCSC? Does that come from the National Security Council staff?
We also serve as the secretary for okay. 3 committees. Okay, our Secretary General is member and also secretary, and the rest of us will support him for the role of secretary for all 3 committees. Okay. Okay. And the other function is to coordinate all the activities for CAI, regulators, and sectoral research, so that we all will work together to strive toward the goals of this Cybersecurity Act. Okay, we are not the one. It's different between us and the PDPA law. For PDPA, there's punishment and fine that go along with it, very heavy fine. But for us, we have to work with all the related stakeholders via cooperation and promotion. Okay. It's not a good idea for us to try to do punishment if they don't comply. We have to rely on the coordination That's why we have a coordinate office and also the CI, which is Group Captain Jadet office. Okay. And also we are in charge of national cert. Okay. Within a few months, we will transfer the name Thai cert from EDA to NCSA. Okay. The name and membership and EDA will introduce us as the new entity, but running with the old name, and we'll continue to make sure that we are compliant in joining first.org or any other membership requirement, and also pay the payment fee for using a Thai cert name to continue to use it. Okay, but we are still keep a good relationship with EDA team. We still have a lot to learn to run the national cert, and EDA team that used to be in charge of Thai cert, they have been doing very good job for 9 years, almost 10 years before us. So we still have a lot to learn to work together with them and international community. Okay.
So will the new Thai cert have the same responsibilities and organization as the old, or do you only get the name?
Okay, we will have more responsibility because Thai cert, since it was running, is only by the needs to establish Thai cert. The organization is not under any law to establish Thai cert. It came out because of we want to promote e-commerce, electronic transaction, but we have no unit or entity to be in charge of security. That's why Thai cert was established. But EDA was doing a great job to handle the Thai cert. But since Cybersecurity Act, there's secondary law to define role and responsibility and the basis of power for national cert. So in some way, we are abide by law and have more responsibility and base of power based on the Cybersecurity Act and the secondary law. Okay.
And that means you get more money and more things to do to go along with that?
More things to do, but you are half right. More things to do. Yeah, but it's a learning experience because we might have the name, but staff all of us have no experience running a national cert before this. But we've been doing it for a year now, almost a year and a half, since the 1st of January last year. That's the first month that we operate as a national cert. Okay. But we don't actually think that we will be the only one that try to tackle cyber incident. We will work with sectoral cert, and we will join them or ask them to join as a team to handle some of the cases. For example, last year there was some cases that involve malware analysis, and we have no one on our side. So we recruit or ask for help from some other sectoral cert to tackle those cases together because they have a very proficient professional working under them to do the malware reverse engineer. Okay, so even though we couldn't get all the expertise within NCSA or our cert right now, but we will do a lot of cooperation, okay, and join in partnership with public and private organizations, okay, to fill in the blank or the weak spot that we have right now. Okay, and also for the role of national cert, another thing is we try to provide proactive and reactive services, which right now most of them are quite reactive services, which I will explain it later. Okay, but in the future, if we have developed better cyber threat intelligence capability or join in international communities to get more information, hopefully we can be more proactive side of cyber incident handling. Okay. And the other area of task is the human capacity development, capacity building, okay, which is quite a big challenge. We try to have a very ambitious goal to educate all age and level for Thai citizens. For example, even for the general public, we have to provide information and knowledge via the Facebook fan page and what we call cyber security knowledge sharing session, which we will provide the broadcast online via Facebook and Zoom, and we will keep the presentation and video clip running on YouTube and also on the Facebook Live, so that people will come back and study more about it. And also, if there's a case for that require public attention, we will publish the information to the public as well, and do a news release or press conference if we need to. And also for even the senior citizen, because even now senior citizen, quite a few of them are using mobile banking. We cannot leave them behind. So even though our main focus is to work with the CAI and security research and regulator to make sure that we can withstand the cyber warfare, but we cannot leave the rest of the society behind. Because even right now on the news, if there's something come up with the word cyber, everyone will turn to us. So we have to be more proactive to engage the public as well, not just the main focus of our main stakeholders. Okay. And for human capacity development, our main project now is focused on reskill or upskill existing IT staff or people that might be related to cybersecurity. We have the plan to provide training for 2,250 people. We use material based on the ECSS from EC Councils and also CompTIA Sec Plus to educate. They have to pass our certification, and then they have a chance to try to take the exam for CompTIA Sec Plus after they pass our certification, and we can discuss more about that later. Okay, and also within this year we will work with Ministry of Higher Education. They are in charge of universities and college degree. We plan to have the what they call sandbox courses. What it means is that there's not actually change or make some formal adjustment to the official courses, but they will have a bachelor degree in cybersecurity, which we are trying very hard because it's quite difficult with the way that it works right now to change the curriculum. Okay, so hopefully we can do it within this year. Okay.
So my understanding is that there is an ASEAN Japan cyber center here in Bangkok, and is that doing training as well? And are you engaged with them to work with that?
They have limited or very limited capability. They're running almost 5 courses, but usually for all the courses, they will have all the students in different countries in ASEAN to join in, and they have limited capability. Usually it's only about 30%. Okay, and I think it's part of their TOR that every time they run a course, all the students must come from other countries as well, not just Thailand. Okay, so unofficially, it's very good on in terms of cooperation to build up Thailand position within ASEAN in cooperation with Japan. But the product that came out is not, they don't have enough capability to run many times of the training. or at one time they only handle in terms of 30 or 40 persons. So it's very small amount of effort that could make not actually making a big change in terms of capacity building. Okay.
Although, can you do sort of train the trainer so that the people who take that course can then come teach that course to more people in Thailand? Or are there restrictions on what you can do with the materials?
That's a plan for the future. Right now we have one for fundamental classes and one for more or much more difficult classes. And the material that we have in the future, we plan to have certification program for trainer. Okay, all the copyright material belong to us. So we plan to have some certification program to allow people to use that material and be the trainer for our courses. But we have to make sure that it's up to standard. For example, I'm also Microsoft certified trainer. So there's some program that we need to get people involved to make sure that they can use the material, prepare to present the material, and make sure that the student get the best quality of education. Then we will certify those instructors. And that's for the future. And that's not the only two courses. And our contractor developing the course for auditing and implement cyber security according to our baseline. Okay, and those courses will be offered for the instructor, and university or even a private institution can use it to provide training as well, because we need to have more instructors, have more courses, and there's a lot of needs waiting for us to fulfill in terms of education. Okay.
Is that working?
Yeah.
You gotta do it back. And now the one is on. There we go. Okay, trained. Cyber training, step one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but yeah, but we can discuss more about capacity building. But just introduction is that we plan to create the whole pipeline for cybersecurity education. From secondary school, we are trying to get a hold of Ministry of Education to add cybersecurity as part of the curriculum, or how to survive in cyber world. It depends on how well we will manage that until professional for reskill and upskill. Okay, and also the difficult part for cybersecurity education is to make sure that it's sexy enough so that younger generation want to join. Because right now, less and less people go to college. They want to start something and get rich quick. So we have to make sure that not just creating a course and have university running a course, but we have to make sure that we got the right person to go into those courses. Okay, not just the demand, but also the supply that we have to work with all the, entities to make sure that we make it a success. Okay. Okay. And also another opportunities that we have to create is to create the cybersecurity awareness for all, to make sure that people have the awareness. That's a big thing now, because everyone will hear about cyber attack or cyber fraud on the news, and quite a few of our citizens just blaming on the government. But the basic cyber security awareness and hygiene are also very important. So we have to instill that for our Thai society. Okay, next. Okay, and in terms of how far along or the obstacle that we are facing, one of the indicator we use is as a reference is the Global Cyber Security Index, or GCI, is what run by ITU. We joined the survey or this index for 2 years now, one in 2018 and the latest one is 2020. In 2018, they measure it based on a survey questionnaire, and there will be a team of their experts to make sure that we answer it correctly or have some evidence to support it. Okay, for the year 2018, we got around almost 80%, and for 2020, we got 86.5%. But in terms of positioning, we are getting worse. Indonesia and Vietnam passed in terms of capacity development and the technical measure. Okay, so hopefully we will do better this year, because on the year 2020 there was no NCSA. We are just like we are operating under the acting Secretary General with no staff. Okay, so we back then we are just on loan staff, but now we have NCSA and we've been running for a year since last year. So the result I think will be much better. Okay.
Have you looked at what criteria Indonesia and Vietnam got ahead, so you can identify, okay, those are places that you want to focus on?
They have established some technical measures. For example, they have a national cert. Okay, and the other one which we trying to fulfill is the capacity development. Vietnam, they're trying very hard and have very successful case to establish bachelor degree for cybersecurity courses. Okay, in some of the articles, they said they have 4,000 students for cyber education, 1,000 for each year. And another activity that we have joined and work with them is cyber security contest. They have it for every weekend. So they are pushing very hard in develop the younger generation. And that means that would be just part of the information we got. I think they will do more in terms of human and capacity development. And that's why we have this program that we plan to reskill and upskill for 2,250 person. And also we have our cybersecurity contest, capture the flag event as well. And hopefully we can do better in terms of capacity development. Okay, and the other one for technical side, we should have our national cert to provide more points for us for the technical portion. Okay, and also the of course the cooperation, such as the reason that we are here today, because we couldn't get all the resources that we need by ourselves So we have to work it out via cooperation. Okay.
Okay, I think I got the button right this time. So just to maybe kind of confirm what you said, the efforts to try to increase the score at the technical level, you're looking at education, kind of CTF competitions, and then the Thai cert. Are those your three main approaches, or are there others?
Yeah, those are some of the examples because the survey form they will require us to ask a lot more questions. But the main activity that we try to do to fulfill are those activities and many more, which I will explain later. Okay, but that's just to show you where we are and the way that we need to develop. So not just Cybersecurity Act will be the main driver, and not just the cyber and upcoming cyber threat that will be another pressure for us to develop, but also the indicator that we have to work with, which we use as a guide or the driving force to move us forward. Okay. Next. Okay. Well, before the end of today, we should give this slide to you because there's a lot more text and I don't want to read them all. Okay, but Matthew, you asked about what are the other activities or strategy that we're trying to do. There's much more than what you have saw on the first slide. If you look on the left side, that will be our visions, and that will come out to be our strategy map for missions, goals, and strategy. Okay, so I will focus on the strategy right now to explain a little bit further, so that you will learn about what are the lines of activities that we plan to do. Okay, so the first one is about the cyber threat, okay. And we will try to prevent, respond, and monitor and remediate any cyber threat that we have seen, and we'll study about trend for the new and also the trend for laws in Thailand and also in the other country as well. And also another thing about laws, let me give you a little bit more about our background. There's three related IT or digital law. The other two is Computer Related Crime Act. Okay. That one came out before anything else. It's about if you do something bad with computer, for example, hacking, then you will be punishable by Computer Related Crime Act. Okay, and also for spamming and other criminal activity would be punishable by Computer Crime Act. And the other one, which the office is the PDPC office trying to do, is about PDPA. Yeah, it's about data, personal data, and privacy. So there will be three of the main laws, and for Computer-Related Crime Act, will be responsible by the police. Okay. And the other one is for PDPC is under DE, the MDES. Okay. And for R&D, right now we have a limited capability for R&D, but in the future we have to do more for cybersecurity related research and development. Okay. Okay. And
yeah, thank you. That's a fantastic slide. Yeah, that it's such a nice layout from vision all the way to the strategies. Somewhere is there one more level? It just made me wonder of some of the objectives underneath the strategies.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. But no money. Yeah.
Also
Good
the
strategy.
same problem we all have. Yes. There's
But we
strategies and then there's resources.
Yeah, but we trying to do all of this as we have planned the best we can with, like I said, with cooperation or connections or working with the other agency that they have been doing those activities. and try to work with them to make sure that all of this we can fulfill, even though it's not as big or have such a build strong cases or effect as we plan, but we try to fulfill them all based on what we have planned.
And I think that that's one of the things that we sort of thought about talking about this week was there's always more things that you want to do than you have resources to do. So how do you prioritize and how do you decide which missions and which goals are the most important? And so that's one of the things we want to talk through with you is how do you decide, okay, what do I have to do first? This is nice to get to, but I've got to triage. And everybody has to do that. So I'm very interested in this week talking about how you set the priorities.
Well, and also for strategy and plan, we right now is in the process of getting approved. We have been working on getting approved for 6 months now. Okay. And also the human is very strong point that we have to make and increase the number of human resources. Okay, but for at the end of the day, what the other activity that we try to do as the main priority is the national cyber exercise. Okay, because that's the way that we can measure on how well prepared we are. Okay. Anything else that we work on during the year is to make sure that at the end we are ready. That's the main point, and that's the main goals for Cybersecurity Act is to ensure that CAI are well protected or ready to handle the cyber attack. Okay, next. Okay, so this is another view to take a look at this. The first one is the policy and plan. Okay, so even now the government haven't approved the policy and plan at the national level, but for our office, we have a plan for 3-year plans that were approved by the committee. Okay, so even though we don't have the strategic or policy at the national level, but our office is still continue to run according to the Cybersecurity Act, and also there's an older version of the plan is what created by NSC. Okay, it will expire last year, but they continued for this year, and hopefully our strategy will pick up where it's left off. Okay, but the sad news about that is that there was so many good strategy in that paper, but back then there's no responsible unit. We haven't been established yet. The strategy came before that. Okay, but there's no responsible unit to keep it going, or to and no unit to what you call it, to integrate all the agencies to work according to the plan. So it was a nice plan, but there's no one to continue to keep it running. Okay, so hopefully for our case, we after we got approved, we will carry on forward and make sure that all the units can work together under our policy and plan to continue to drive forward. Okay. So another answer I would like to provide to Matthew right now, according to the GCI, it wouldn't be just fulfillment by our agencies. We have to work with the other agency in Thailand as well, because part of the survey will be about computer crimes or cyber crime. It's not all about Cybersecurity Act. So will be the main driving and focal point to make sure that all of society and public and private work together toward the goal of make sure that we are better in cybersecurity posture. It wouldn't just be our own sole responsibility. Okay. Okay. And also for the secondary registration, the act came out, but there are so many portions under different section that we have to declare secondary law or some further declaration based on the act. And within this year, we will try to fulfill, there's 44 of them. That's a lot. But within this year, there will be 12 more that we need to fulfill. Okay. So our directorate of the law office, they've been working very hard to make sure that fulfill all the secondary registration. Okay. And after we finish, it's time to revise it again. The main portion or the main law, the Cybersecurity Act, we try to not to revise it too often because it takes such a long time. Okay, but the secondary law, it should be revised every few years. For example, the service criteria for CAI, because right now we haven't covered all the CAI that we think, because in order to become the CAI, it have to be mutual consent, mutual agreement that they want to be a CAI. We will propose that you should be a CAI, but not all the agency or unit will agree, because maybe they don't have enough resources to fulfill the requirement by our law. So it will take some time to add more to the list of critical information infrastructure unit and services. Okay.
Another drawback of the original act is in financial aspect, that we are public organization, but the act try to limit our finance management systems. So we are just like government sector, so it's very difficult for us to use the budget. So we try to change that also.
Okay, because the other one that came before us, they can have some activity and collect it fee and use those fee as a budget plan. But for our organization, it's not yet happened that way, because in the beginning there was two laws that happened at the same time for PDPA and cybersecurity. The people who draft the law, they are thinking that those two are very important issues, so the government will pay for all of it. Okay, but at the end, it doesn't happen that way. Okay.
We have found in other countries that having an organization like NCSA show to the organizations why it's to their benefit, you know, how you can help them. So if they become a critical sector, then they will get this benefit. They can participate in this. They can get this, you know, giving value gives them a reason to do it. Otherwise, they just think, oh, they're just going to be looking at me and trying to run me and tell me what to do. So it's saying we're here to help and here's the benefits you get, I think is an important, being able to articulate that is important to get them to say, oh yes, that makes sense for us.
Yeah, that's our goal as well. And it will take some time, but we're making progress, because right now there was some organization that at least the IT related people, they want to be CAI, but it will require more convincing evidence from the top of the organization, okay, to see some benefit. Okay, and the other one is for national and international cooperation and monitoring and respond to cyber threat, and not just for the NCSA, but for the whole country of Thailand. And that's not for the CI only. So anything that we saw, and it might be on the news, we have to be there first to work with the victim organization to make sure that we have some answers before it become the news. Okay.
So I'm just thinking, Matt, you know, all the things he's just talked about, stakeholder management, stakeholder management, stakeholder management. that we'll be talking about tomorrow. I think this fits in exactly with that.
Just to make sure I understand, so in the Thai law, you have designated the 7 CIIs, and then number 8 is others as designated. So can you designate other CIIs, or is it this process where you have to convince them to be number 8?
No, the sector might be 7 for a long time. Okay, it's the agencies or the CI that we identify under each sector that we add more to it. Okay, right now the one for the 8th sector that I'm thinking about is maybe space system. Since right now there's a space master plan that gonna happen, and satellite, the functions is very important. And also the loss of satellites will be even worse for national security. So right now I'm working with GISTA and some other agency in the US. We have the meeting last week, and I think it's a very good opportunity that GISTA and the US will work together. And they are in the process of drawing up a space master plan, and only portion of it discuss about cybersecurity, but hopefully there will be the next sector that will become the 8th of the CAI. Okay.
So for example, in the United States, one of our sectors is critical manufacturing. So is the challenge, if you wanted to add that as a subset of one of the 7, you have to convince them to be one of those. And then if they are, then they have to meet all the standards in the law, and they're concerned about their ability to get budgeting and people. Okay, thank you, I understand.
Yeah, that's correct. The 8th one is mean that we can declare more sectors, but to declare the existing one, usually we just append it to under 7 that we already have, but the 8th is mean that new sectors. Okay. And also develop cybersecurity personnel, which we will discuss later. And the 6th is the one that we are so glad that you were here with us for last year, because that's when we enhanced the organization for CAI, and the main activity is the national cyber exercise. Okay, and I couldn't emphasize enough on how glad we are that we have done it last year, because that was the expectation. Even though we don't have any money, but it's the expectation of the government and the society that we need to have some answers, that how can we answer that, are we ready? Are we prepared? And the best way to answer is to refer to exercise. So people will understand that if we are not ready, but we need to explain to them that how can we reach the conclusion and what we're going to do next. So the exercise played a major role for that, and we will plan to do it for many years. It should be a capstone activity for NCSA and CAI and regulators and sector research for many years to come. It will continue with the effort, and the end result of the exercise wouldn't just be a call. It will be the lesson learned, both for each organization and also as a whole nation. Like, for example, one of the major activities that we will discuss about incident response plan or the future plan for exercise, it should come out from the lesson that we have learned so far. Okay, and hopefully we can do more of the exercise. For example, I would just refer to CISA. CISA, they have a tabletop exercise that running many times a year based on the needs of organization. You can schedule to have it run for your own organization via phone or Zoom. Hopefully we can do such an event, but involve more for the executives of CAI, not the technical exercise, but it will be a thought process and procedure and the experience for the executive for CAI. That's the part that we need to develop further. because usually for our national cyber exercise, it will take a long time to run, to plan. So sometimes the top level executive don't have time for that. So maybe we have to figure out to have some pre-packaged tabletop exercise for executive, and we will provide to the one that wants it, or maybe have some target organization that we will invite to join in, and that will be a big challenge, because right now for executive, sometimes they just think about cyber as the IT's task. Is the head of IT, is for the computer people, but we have to change their way of thinking, and there was some program that we're trying to do to change the way of thinking. Okay. Next. Okay. Here's some of the paper that we try to get approved. Okay. For the policy and plan, and also the paper to guide as a good governance on cybersecurity, and the information about operational plan, about capacity building and to build up cooperation. Okay. Next. And here's some of the important secondary legislation. Okay. The first one is the one that we have discussed, the criteria and characteristic for the CAI. Okay. So that will be clearer on who will be the CAI and who will be the regulator for each of the services. Okay. And the second one, this one is the one we discussed earlier. For Thai cert, there's no law to support it when it was running under ETA, but it came out of the needs that need to have someone to be responsible. For our case, there's a secondary law under Cybersecurity Act about the establishment for National Computer Emergency Response Team. Okay. Okay. And the other one is a code of practice and standard framework. Okay, but it's still a long way to go between the document that explain about what we need, but it's not the detailed implementation. That's why we build up a course based on ISO 27001 and the NIST framework, so that we can train the internal auditor and practitioner for the CAI, because not all of them are the same. The strong one right now, they are under the banking and finance, because if they got hacked, then they will be out of business. So they are well aware of this. They have been doing it for many years. Okay, and the other one is mobile operator and telco. They are pretty strong as well. But the weak one is the public health. Okay, they are very important, but they use a lot of IT without IT and cybersecurity. Their focus is mainly on the availability of the system, but we have to bring in the C and I, not just the A. Okay, so for that we need to develop further based on the refined code of practice and standard framework. Okay. Okay. And the third and the fourth one is about our officers, that because according to our law, if there was a system that caused problem for CAI, we can take charge and go to that to the system and take care of it. It means that sometimes we have to get into some people's building or data center. So that's why the fourth one is mainly for the officer according to the Cybersecurity Act. Okay, it's just in case. Usually we will work through cooperation, and usually people will cooperate. There's no system or organization that intentionally spreading our malware and virus without trying to stop by themselves. But this one is just in case, that we need to enforce the law. Okay, and our staff, what we trying to do is that we will be the officer under two law. We handle two cards. the one for Computer Related Crime Act. But usually we wouldn't go in by ourselves. We have to work with the police and join force together. But we also carry a card under the Computer Related Crime Act. And we will carry another one based on the Cyber Security Act as well. Just in case someone raised a question that is that you have authority, you have some ID to identify yourself, then we can show them. But usually in the past year that we've been running this, people will have no question about our authority. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Whereas with yeah, hopefully in the future there will be something to put on here. Okay, next. Yeah. And for cooperation, not just the organization in Thailand, which will work closely for many organizations, both the public and private organization. Okay. And also for international cooperation as well, quite a few of these we have we got the approval for MOU to sign. Okay, and the other one is in process. India, India, we plan to have cooperation with India CERT to exchange the information. Okay, yeah. And hopefully we can have more of the cooperation in the future. It's our mandate as well, according to the law under Section 22, to build up relationship between within Thailand and outside of Thailand. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and a lot more countries that try to get engaged with us. They contact via the Thai embassies. For example, the last one we have meeting with is from New Zealand. Embassies approach us that the New Zealand government try to establish a relationship regarding cybersecurity. Okay. Next. Okay. And not just bilateral, but also multilateral relationship. But for me personally, I prefer bilateral because we have joined so many multilateral. Usually it just involve meeting and present, but no action, no fruitful productivity, because sometimes when you involve many nations, it's quite difficult to have someone to lead the activities, to provide some useful or productive function that came out of that. So usually they just meeting and to show what we have done so far, what we're going to do next, but not yet in terms of productivity that came out from multilateral. Okay. I might be wrong for the future, but that's what we have seen so far. Okay, next. Okay. And here's some of the diagram and workflow for our national CERT. Okay. For proactive services, usually we would try to provide them early warning or early indicators. For example, when there's a vulnerability with criticality of 10 or 9.5, we have to provide the early warning for all the CI sectorial CERT. And also we do it unofficially as well. We use Facebook fan page and Line open chat. We haven't have the mailing list system yet. And a lot of people in Thailand, we relying online to communicate. So we use the Line open chat to give warning and provide cyber related news to the public. Okay. But for the most serious vulnerability warning, we have to provide official document so that it will be easier for responsible staff to convey the message to the top management. If we just give out unofficial warning, people will think that it's not so serious. So if it's serious, that we see the risk big risk that came out, but we will keep a warning to that. And we use the TLP, the traffic light protocol, to do the exchange. Okay. Hopefully, we can do more on threat sharing platform. We are trying to implement the MISP, malware information sharing platform, right now. And we work closely with TB-Cert, because they are the one that have been running the malware information sharing platform successfully within that sector. So we will get them to implement the system for us and start exchange the information between TB-Cert and National Cert. Within this year, hopefully there will be more organization to join in to automate the threat sharing information, not just the report, but also some technical information as well. So that would be the strong point that we can make for the proactive services. Okay.
Has Thailand signed an agreement with DHS to get the automated indicator, the AIS?
I learned about it when I was working at the Royal Thai Air Force. There was such a program, but I left the Air Force before we joined with the DHS. But hopefully we can continue the effort to do that here. Okay. But we haven't. Back then, I was discussing that with CISA and DHS on the other position from Royal Thai Air Force. But for this time, we haven't discussed that with the CISA or DHS.
Yes, because they have agreements with many countries to provide those indicators. And so I would think that would be something you might want to, and it's free, so you might as well.
Okay, so next time when we discuss about our cooperation with CISA, we will talk about that as well. Okay, last time we talked with CISA, I was focused mainly on the OT system, the ICS, because that's another weak area for us, and many manufacturing base or industrial control system. For MEA, MEA is for Bangkok area for electricity. They have some experts in the area, in this area, but not for us. But we work closely with her so that we have some expert on hand, even though we are not expert yet. But hopefully, at the end of this year, we can send someone to study in the. I couldn't remember the lab, but it's in Idaho. To bring up the level of awareness for OT related cybersecurity. Okay, because right now for OT, people just think that it's secure by default because it's not connected to the internet. That's still the executive level thinking. Even though the technical technician start to have some awareness, but usually they got no support to provide cyber security for OT. So hopefully that will be another major project that we will work with CISA, DHS to provide more for the public awareness of Thailand. Okay. Okay. And for reactive service, which right now it required a lot of our effort because when there's an incident, like I said, we have to get in touch with the victim organization, and usually they will cooperate. Okay, so we have to keep a lookout on dark web. We have to keep our Tor browser running and visit the portal for all the ransomware gangs, and join in with the data breach Telegram channel, so that if anything come up with the name of organization of Thailand, private or public, doesn't matter. We have to get there first to reach the victim organization to help them with the investigation, to ask them if they need any help, and also strongly suggest that they should do the investigation and come out to the public before it become rumors. Because sometimes newspaper, we get a whole of piece of information which will be provided by hackers, and most of them will not be facts. They want to sell data. They want to embarrass you, so they just do anything they can to make sure that it tracks the headline. Okay. So the best way to handle those situations is that we will convince or work with the victim organization that you should do the damage assessment. You should prepare a statement to relate to the public. If it's real, then you go out and say that it's real, but you come out with the fact, and we all have to agree. For example, if it's involved hospital, we will work with the Ministry of Public Health as well, and we do the investigation together, prepare the statement together, so that the number that will be related to the incident will be the exact number that we say together, and we give this information to the newspaper or any company that want to release it to public, so that we come from the same sources with fact. We wouldn't, if it's real, then we wouldn't be shy away from saying that reject it all, but we want to convey the exact message to establish trust. People will understand that you might got hacked, but if you got hacked and try to cover up, then people will just imagine, and usually it would be worse than what it is. So to be honest and frank about the communication is the main priority. And also the part about how you will be responsible for all the damage. That's another key message that we have to work with them. And that have to be done first. And after that, well, we will do in-depth investigation. Usually if it's a public organization or the government agency, we have to work closely with them to make sure that we close all the holes or vulnerable in the system that may lead to the other incident. Okay, and if it's a leak or bad website, then we will help with the penetration testing to make sure that the new one before it came online, it will be secure. Okay, that's the two main tasks for reactive services, to do the communication piece with the public as fast as we can before it become a major news, and the other one, it help with the investigation to stop it from happening again. Okay. And we work with many of the sectorial cert, not just what on the screen here, but also the TTC cert that under the mobile and telco companies. And also for Thai TV cert, there are another cert in there as well that relate to it, one for insurance and the other one for stock exchange. Okay. Hopefully we can have more sectoral cert. It's part of our mandate as well that we need to promote and help with the establishment for sectoral cert. Okay.
Are there some of the other sectors that have a cert as well besides the TB cert and the sub ones you mentioned? Are there others?
But for the others, it's not clear yet. It's not well established. Hopefully we can have one for golf cert for government agencies, and the other one for public health cert or health cert, but it's still in early stage. Okay.
The utility sector, they also initiate the idea to establish the utility search for electricity and other utilities. But right now we have TB cert, TC cert, which is telecom, and we try to help the healthcare cert and the and the utilities to operate soon. But according to the budget, it's very difficult.
So for sector research, I think almost every sector, the regulator, CI, they want to have a cert for their own sectors. But the difficult part is that how they're gonna share the cost, or how they're gonna define the relationship to set up the organization. Because for sectorial research, it doesn't have to be the centralized SOC that can come much later, but the team that need to establish to form the relationship between our national cert and all the stakeholder and to communicate with all the constituency. That's the difficult part, because if they don't have it before, usually it means that you have to do two jobs, one for sectorial cert and the other one is your main responsibility. That's why it's still difficult, even though everyone agree that we need it. Okay. For example, we cannot handle all the cases for Thailand, but we only handle the case that couldn't be handled by sectorial cert. Like for example, for a bank, if something bad happened to the bank, we can just discuss that with the regulators, the BOT and the TB cert. But all the other important tasks in detail, and they can handle within themselves by the regulator and sectorial cert. And we wish to have more of such a sectorial that could do that. But right now, only a few. Okay.
There seems, we're talking a lot about cert functions, which is a response function, which is after something bad has happened. How much are there ISACs or ISOWs or other information sharing to help understand before something happens within these sectors?
Yeah, that's what we hope to do more in the future. Okay, like I said, right now we only do not proactive services at all. It just try to do reactive services as fast as we can. Hopefully in the future we can do information exchange or even automated exchange. That's why this one of our Secretary General policies or plan is to implement MIS, the MISP, because that's where we want our future to head it. Not just the people read something off the news and warn other people, but automated function. Okay. And the other project we're trying to do is a honeypot. Hopefully we can deploy multiple honeypot in different internet data centers to get some early indicator or warning about the attempt on a hacker might trying to do to Thailand. Okay, so that we can have some early indicators, not just the information exchange. Okay.
Can you give us some idea of why you picked the MISP approach, that platform, versus, I mean, there's so many different platforms and different countries have all their different platforms. I know MISP is freeware. Is that the main driver of using that platform?
That's not the only reason. The reason we choose for it because we want to make sure that we have something that we can successfully implement. That's why we choose MISP, because the staff from TB Search, they have been running it and use it for a while. And also the team from TTC Search as well, they use MISP. So two reasons, it's like de facto standard for Thailand. And the other one is that we have some expert in Thailand already. Okay. And the difficult part for implement such a platform is trust issue. Okay. If we work with TB Search, which they already have some trust between them and banks, and they will be the one to introduce us to the community. I think that will be better than us trying to buy and implement something else by ourselves. and no one will talk or share information with us because we have no trust from the other entity.
I think TV cert has more than not just miss. They might get some feed, CTI feed from by using the money because the TB cert is established from the funding from all the banks and to the association, the banking association.
And your point of trust is so important. I mean, because information sharing, if you don't have trust, no one's going to share information. If they're not sharing information, your platform is going to fail. So why are you doing it? And so I think that you're thinking through that of what is the way that you're most likely to get people to use it, makes a lot of sense.
Barbara, you mentioned that you have other like sharing platform. Yes, is there anyone that you might recommend that is might be suitable for our organization, like small or the new organization like us?
Obviously the UK has the biggest information sharing platform, the CISP. But that is powered by, that platform is by a company called Surevine, which is a UK company. So, I mean, it would cost money to establish it, to buy the software and all of that. But they have the biggest platform, I mean, the most users and ways to it that is pretty successful in getting information shared. Japan instituted the GISP for the Olympics. And so theirs is Fujitsu, I think, is the platform that they use. You know, and so, you know, each one of them is designed to try to do the best for their particular environment. I actually have some materials that compare those two platforms. So let me share those with you so you can see some of the key factors and what the differences are and understand them.
Okay, but for national cert, another challenge that we have is that we have about 20 is what built based on the Office of Operation and Office of Corporation. Okay, two office we have about 20, but the number seem a little bit seem like it should be okay. But for the cyber expert, we have about 5. But the other in charge of more like policy and plan and admin. So we need to increase more number of cyber experts for our insert team. Okay. And the other, but we come back to the budgeting again. So even now we are in the process of planning for new budget, but the number for the payment for personnel is still the same number. It means that even for next year, we cannot increase the number of permanent employees. We still have to relying more on corporation again. So the plan is we have signed MOU. We will sign MOU with RTAF, and we can have some exchange program, like for people who work in the cyber center under the armed forces, they can come to work with us. Maybe we can have some additional salary add on to them, and they will gain more experience by working with us. They will have a chance to handle a case at national level. And the armed forces will gain people with more experience by working with us. So hopefully we can do such a program, not just for the RTAP, but also maybe we are in discussion about different universities. We can have some professor from university to come join us. so that they can learn the real cases and go back to school and teach based on actual experience. So that's what we're trying to do to fulfill the challenge based on the budgeting and personnel issue. Okay. Yeah. Next. Okay. And for coordinating office, we have to coordinate with the public and private department. According to Cybersecurity Act, the CAI, the government agencies and regulators, they have to provide the emergency contact to us, just in case that they run into problem or we saw that the cyber threat happening to them. We will contact to those persons, and there will be main focal point between us to their own function. There will be two levels, the top level and the technical, the one that in charge of the system. There will be the main person, point of contact. Okay, and for the support department and international coordinator department, that's why we have someone to run this activity, and for information management. Okay. Yeah. Next. Okay. See, here are some of examples, statistics for last year. Okay, this one is from January to December 2021. The incident, or we call it cases, not incident, because usually when you hear about statistics, people will love to hear that we got attacked about 100,000 per minute. Okay, but that's usually it's just the attempt. But for our national search, we focus on when something actually happened already, or something that we saw is going to happen. For example, for vulnerabilities, you saw 42 here because there's already some websites that have some weakness waiting to be hacked, and we found out about it and give them early warning. That's why we call it vulnerabilities. It might not be, there might already be someone there or not, but there's no evidence that we can see for sure, but it's just waiting to get hacked. Then we provide the warnings. Okay, and 28 case for data breaches. Okay, and website phishing. We got a lot of case for website phishing. This one is even worse than the defacement. Defacement, you only make statement on the first page for the website, but for the website phishing, they hide within the subdirectory of the website. Yeah,
Yep.
there's so many weak government website. So sometimes they maybe a casino online, or even Facebook login pages,
Yeah.
or some credit card company that was hidden under the website. Yeah.
So 135 cases. I mean, we know that there's things happening every minute. Are these cases that you decided were significant enough that you wanted to be involved? Are these ones you just learned about? I mean, how did you decide to be involved in these ones versus the hundreds of thousands to millions that you could have looked at?
Right now, we focus on the one that involve CAI and government agencies. Okay, if there's a general public company and it doesn't involve data breach, then maybe we just call them up and say that, do you know about this? But we don't actually follow up and make it into a case. But if it's even the private company, but it involves data breach, it means that it involves people in the society, then we need to get a hold of them.
So do you have some kind of severity scheme where you say, I'm going to rank this one is really big, affects so many people, or it's going to have these consequences, versus this one that's going to have less and this one's going to have very little, and decide to focus on the most severe, or is it some other criteria?
Okay. Right now, if it's going to be on the news. Social perception. That's the main thing. There's no defined criteria yet. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay. But according to the law, there's 3 levels. Is not significant, significance, and crisis. But so far, what we have seen here is not yet reaching the critical or crisis yet, because that one is mean that it's widespread. It happened everywhere, more than one system, and the crisis one is mean that somebody died because of that. So usually, in terms of criteria, most of them are still. We just, according to the law, it's called it not significant. Okay, not critical. Sorry. Okay, but like I said, we are in the social media age, and public opinion is very important. So anything that we saw that it's going to be on the news, people will pay attention to it. It doesn't matter if they are under our constituency or not. We have to take care of it. Yeah, because that's what the public want. So that's the main thing. Okay, if it's negligence, if we saw that if the organization can handle it by themselves, we just contact them and say that, are you doing this? Usually, if they are a big company and it's only involved their own system, it doesn't have any effect to the public, then we will just let them handle it. Okay.
Because they will say like, oh, we already have a cybersecurity agency. Why we still getting hacked? This, you cannot avoid it. So sometimes we have to help almost everyone that we can help.
Quick question on those levels. I was looking at this the other day, and section 60 of the law lays out those 3 levels. It kind of says it's classified the cyber threats. Do you classify the threats like that, or the events? This event is classified at that level, or is it the threat? It's a little confusing to me because it says, yeah, the cyber threat classifications, but do you treat the events in the same as non-critical, critical, and crisis? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the event. We focus mainly the assessment for the damage it is doing or it's going to do in the future. Yeah, severity. Yeah. Okay. And in terms of numbers, maybe it's not that big, the ransomware, but usually it damaged the worst because the cost for, of course, the ransom is so high, we couldn't pay for it. In the past or last year, 2 cases, they asked for $4 million US. So no one can afford it because one of the cases, they asked for the money that from the company that's almost went bankrupt already. So they couldn't afford. But even though they don't pay, but still the cost for investigation and make sure that they close all the loophole is still in terms of 5 million baht or 10 million baht. So you still do damage, and of course it caused the interruption in their services, caused the problem in their reputation. Okay, so that's and quite a few of those for ransomware. The number is not the same, even though right now there's a cost for what you call it, multiple extortion. So usually 10 cases of ransomware will be related to data breach. But not all data breaches are ransomware because sometimes they just stole the information, but they didn't encrypt the data. Or sometimes they stole the information, they just decided to sell that information without notifying the victim. Okay, but usually they will claim it like one hospital. They don't call it the data from hospital. They call it Ministry of Public Health data breach. So that they can sell it. And that's another example why we have to get a hold of victim organization as early as we can. Otherwise, the public or the newspaper will say that Ministry of Public Health got leaked. And people will think that, okay, all 60 million something record will be exposed. because people will operate based on their own imagination. So in that sample case for Pechboon Hospital, we have to contact with our friend in MOPH to identify from sample data based on hospital ID and approach Pechboon Hospital. Because when it happened, they don't even know it yet. The hacker just published that we got this leak from Ministry of Public Health. But from example data, we know that it just is same running number for hospital ID. So we have to check this hospital ID with our friend in MOPH and try to get a hold of director for that hospital and work with him and his staff to make sure that we got the right message. Because when it was happened, hacker claimed they got 16 million records. But in fact, it's involved only about 10,000 patients. Okay. We in this day and age, social media and public opinions matters. So we have to make sure that we clarify with them by working with news paper. And that's another thing, we have to manage the relationship, to be friend with news agent, be friend with news reporter. They need to have some inside information. They need to have some exclusive interview with us. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle this kind of problem in the public facing or the information on the news. Okay. And of course, the APT, we got attacked from that. We couldn't decide which one is worse between ransomware and APT, because ransomware, they ask for money. For APT, they just want to steal information. Okay. But let us be frank with you right now, even though there's a lot of indicators for us to point finger at some of the nations, but we wouldn't be able to do it in the public. It's not our main interest to do that. So we try to do the best we can to investigate, but our main focus wouldn't be to say that which country is bad to us, because we cannot reach any conclusive evidence. But we base or categorize those cases to be APT because the earliest intrusion would be like 1 year before that. It's a long time, and they are very patient in collect information. And usually for APT, at the end, the suggest we'll give to the organization will be rebuild everything, reset all the password, rebuild Active Directory, and make sure that hopefully you only get from APT and not the ransomware gang, because we cannot estimate how much damage they got. For ransomware gang, usually they are quite clear about what they got. Of course, we will have to investigate to make sure that system is patched and without any problem. But for the APT, it's even worse, because sometimes they will dump the admin password and get a hold of information, for example, the email, reading email for a while, or those kind of situations. So we categorize 5 cases under the APT, and usually for APT, it wouldn't be on the news. It will be just between us and the victim organization, because sometimes it might lead to the trust issue between that organization and the public. So that's the cases that we have to remain secret between us and the organization that got attacked. Okay.
Yeah, what's interesting we found here too, a lot of times, as we know, government officials, don't get paid so well, right? So the same thing with some of these APT actors. They may go home, change your clothes, and they are the ransomware actors at the same time. So sometimes it's the same human with the same tools, So that classification, as you know too, gets very difficult because it's much more financially advantaged to be a ransomware actor, but it may in fact be APT at the same time. So you've probably seen those very difficult struggles between that ransomware, APT, and others. Maybe the same people. Yeah.
Yeah. Next.
Maybe we should pay our government people more. Yes.
Okay, and this is the different way that we take a look at the cases. Most of them are still for the government agencies, and the about 35% is private sectors. The one that involved for private sector usually is mean that they have data breach and involve a lot of people of Thailand. That's why we get involved with them. Otherwise, if they say that we can handle this, then we will let them be. But if involved, it might be related to PDPA or Thai citizen, then we have to discuss in depth with them. Okay. Next. Okay. And the top three will be vulnerability based on the number, not the severity. Will be the vulnerabilities within the system, and website phishing and data breach. We saw a lot of those happen. Okay, and on the 1st of June, PDPA will become full effect. We believe that we will see more cyber incidents, and the worst part is that sometimes it's part of my imagination right now. People might do it on purpose to blackmail organization. So we might see a lot more of such an incident that related to data breach and cyber incident. Okay. Next. Okay. And the next project that we have done is about human capability development. Okay. The first one that we have some number 2,250 participants. I think we have finished with the process at least for the fundamental classes. Okay, and for the 2,250 person, we will select about 1,000 to take ECSS exam after they have passed our own exams, and we'll select 300 to take CompTIA Sec Plus exam. Okay, and while we are doing that, we provide some technical skill as well. We have a class, it's called OWASP Top 10. It will explain to the student about what are the OWASP Top 10, but not just in theory, but also the lab, so that the student can practice and have more practical knowledge. Okay, and the other one is SOC analyst. For SOC analysts, they will learn about threat hunting, how to analyze log to be first or second tier for SOC. Okay, and most of the practical lab and courses, at the end there will be a small CTF. We copy the idea from SANS. At the end, they get to play a game and submit the answers, and the winner got a medal. Okay, to make it interesting. No, in these two, not yet, but in the future, for this year, we got the budget. There will be Pentest Plus from CompTIA. Okay. If we get the budget, then there will be the fundamental class and CompTIA, but we will add Pentest Plus and CISA Plus to the catalog of our courses. And we plan to have a good cooperation with CompTIA so that the material will be in Thai for Sec Plus and also Pentest Plus and CISA Plus for the future. Okay.
When you say the security fundamentals from CompTIA, is that the security plus that you're talking about?
Sec Plus.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So for this, it's for the people who are already in the IT. We cannot provide all the basic IT knowledge for all. we have to pick up where they already have some knowledge. So before they join, they have to take some pre-tests to make sure that they are qualified. We have to take some shortcut. We cannot build cyber staff from ground up. But for the IT who already work in CI government agencies and the other organization, then we'll recruit them and have them study and also take the exam in order to pass. And it's pretty tough exam. We have a very small, it's like 30% passing rate. Yeah, quite difficult.
Yeah, this is a similar approach that we use to try to develop our undergraduate and some of our K through 12. So that CompTIA certification pathway kind of aligned with the school curriculums at the Linux Plus, Networks Plus, then that Security Plus, and the Pentest Plus, then eventually the CISSP program. So those have been really successful, and they kind of align with the competitions, because CompTIA now aligns with some of these organizations that do the competitions, and they even give you like continuing credits and things. So this is a really successful approach that we've seen too. This is a great way to do it.
But the toughest job for that project will be, we want to increase the number of CISP by 50. It's very tough because right now we have 270. So, and it's very tough test to pass.
Is it required for certain job positions to get those?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But the way we think, but for many organizations, for private entity, require for CISO or the management level, they need CISP. But for the public sector, not yet. And we need to have quite a few more in order to say that it's a requirement. Because right now we don't have enough. If we declare that it's a requirement, it will be a requirement that couldn't be fulfilled. So in the future, maybe I'm familiar with US DoD 8570. That's the one that we got the idea from, about how to categorize and define the level of certification for many tasks for the people in the organization. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me. They said you can't have this job until you get the certification back for the DoD many years ago. So it is a good forcing function, but difficult to find the people to do it.
Yeah, but you have to do stick and carrot, but we don't have a carrot yet. It wouldn't be a good idea to carry a big stick without carrot. For example, if people will get a higher paid job, if they pass the certification, if we can manage that to get extra extra salary for the people with certification, and after that, within the few years, we may say that if you don't have this, you cannot have this job, and people will fight for it. But right now, we are not that stage yet. Hopefully, we'll be there.
If you figure it out, yeah, let us know. Because yeah, when you get the folks that are certified and highly trained, they quickly leave to the higher paying job. So it's a really difficult balance. If you figure it out, yeah, send me a note.
My vision for to help with such an event is that hopefully we can get a younger generation, as you have seen on the bottom right hand, to join with a minimal salary, but we have to select the best of them. We will educate them, and at least they should be with us for another 5 years, and they should leave. That's my vision for better job.
And then they'll be the ones in the CIIs protecting it. Yes, that's a good vision. Yes.
And the newer generation, we want to come join us because they want to be rich. If we want them to stay for 20 years, then it's not such a good idea. Their salary will be so high. Okay, and we only support few of them. But if we pay less, but we pick the best people, They come to work with us for only a few years, and then they come out and bring up the cybersecurity posture for the society. And the new people, the fresh graduate, they want to join us because they want to be rich as well. That will be an ideal model for cyber workforce. Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with NICT in Japan, their research organization, NICT, but they've got a really good program to get high school students involved in cybersecurity with that same kind of idea, getting them involved very early on, and particularly trying to find, get some of the young girls involved as well, to bring them into it. But so they've got some really interesting education programs starting at the school level, to sort of start getting them going.
Oh, that's good information. Last week we have a visiting team from Japan, but we only discussed about NISC, which will be the NIC. But I will look up on the NICT as well. NIC is equivalent to our organization. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what we need to bring in new talent to cybersecurity. Okay.
Last year, we have the CTF at the level of high school also. So we got a lot of attention. A lot of teams from around the country. They send a team to compete. It's very interesting.
Okay, and besides CISP, which will be really challenging to recruit the people with enough talent pool to select the best 50, that will be really challenging. So we try to involve the IC Square Bangkok chapter to get involved with this program as well, to bring up the level of awareness for CISP certification in Thailand. Yeah. It's not just this group of people. We want to build a sustainment within the program to get more people involved. And IC Square Bangkok chapter is just a new organization. So I think it would be a good idea for us to join force together. And within that organization, they have some leading cyber security expert in private company already. So maybe we can draw in those talent to help. So instead of just 5 days of teaching with the instructor, we can draw in more resources from Thailand to join force to build up this program.
So did you say that you have ISC organizations in Thailand? You have?
It's the they call it the Bangkok chapter. It means that CSP certified join force together to join this.
Because one of the great resources they have also is when you go into their site, they have all of these training modules. They're approved ones for incident response. So that the resources there are exceptional. That's good that you have a chapter.
So we try to build a program based on the CPE credit. So people, they can come in and be a tutor for our 50 students. They get CPE credit. Okay.
Maybe we can get some CPU credit for this session this week, yeah? Get you some CEUs. I think some people could use them, yeah?
Yeah. But that's just a side note, but that's what I hope to have for the future as well. Because right now for government officials, they have no way to improve themselves for cybersecurity. For example, they have to wait to be sent for some official courses, but hopefully in the future we can work with the other entity. So that cybersecurity education will be part of the continuation of professional education, to be part of the what you call the rating program. Like for example, if you join this class, there will be added bonus for your performance review or criteria for promotion, or even if they volunteer for a cybersecurity program, for example, for CTF. What I'm thinking about is the cyber patriot. Hopefully, we can make it happen for all the secondary school in Thailand, and people we have with some experience can be volunteer for high school. That's another dream that I have, but it will take a long time to do that. Okay. And the other one that involved with this program on the number one program is the executive CISO classes, which you will get to meet them this Thursday. Okay. We call it executive CISO to make a relationship between the name of the course, Chief Information Security Officers. Okay, but we don't recruit CISO to join the class. The philosophy behind it is that we want to spread the knowledge of cybersecurity to top level of management. Okay, for example, the top one that we have right now, he's the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Interior, which is one of the most powerful ministry in Thailand, and he joined our class. And also the one from the Ministry of Public Health, and other leading CEO, and the president for TB Cert is one of our students. Because the reason we have this class is not to educate cyber knowledge to cyber people, but to educate cybersecurity knowledge to the one that running the country right now, to influence their way of thinking. One of the committee that we have, the member said that you only do this for 70%, the student. But since it's Thai tradition, it's not polite for me to get in the fight with him. But in my mind, it's not 70. One of these, he in charge of 100 or more thousand of people under his ministry. So we make a big change in terms of understanding and knowledge, because after this class, we will meet about 10 times. We will provide different aspects of cybersecurity, even NIST cybersecurity framework, or even quantum computing and blockchain, so that it will open up their eye and provide them with a different perspective, so that when they come back to their organization, we will start asking questions about cybersecurity in their own organization, to start create some ripple in change in their way of thinking. Yeah. And hopefully all these programs we can continue to run for next year as well. So it's not just the worker that we're working with, but also the top level, executive level that we're working with, to make sure that we can make change in terms of cybersecurity personnel from all sides, not just from the people at the bottom, but from the top as well, and not just for the beginner, but also the CISP, which will be the expert for different organizations in the future. Okay, so that's one of the flagship program that we are doing right now. Okay, and the second one, for COVID, is the curse and the blessing in some way, because one of our main tasks is to provide cybersecurity awareness. Before COVID, what we have planned is that we have to rent a venue in some hotel, invite 200 people to join, provide food and drink and beverage for them. And we wouldn't be able to get much more than that, because it would be difficult to provide a budget for it. And since we have no budget because of COVID, so we have to do it online. So in some way, we can even do it better, because in the last year, with our online session, we have about almost 10,000 people that get to join. We broadcast it via Zoom and Facebook Live, and we keep the video, the recorded video running, So we get more and more people to learn about it, not just in one event, but we continue to provide information via the online session. Okay. And right now, people are used to it. People expect it to be online. Okay. Like, for example, for one of the sessions, we plan to have face-to-face between CI and your team. You will be disappointed because everyone wants to do online. So it will be just us joining together because it's much more convenient. They can manage their time better instead of joining in physical. They have to travel and do the event with us, and then in the afternoon it might be too late to do something else. Okay, but that's we call it the cybersecurity knowledge sharing that we provide, and this one we rely a lot on public and private relationship because quite a few of this session we got the best speakers from different part and different organization. For example, from Palo Alto, Mandiant, and the other organization as well, that they provide the instructor or their staff to provide the real world knowledge to us for free. They get some recognition by joining force with us. We get to educate Thai people based on their expertise. So those are the terms of exchange that we build up for cooperation. And also we, for Trend Micro, they provide trainer courses, even in Thai, so that we can train about 1,000 people who join in. And although 1,000, if they want to, they can get the information and provide more training in their own organization. They don't need to hire someone to be to train the public the awareness for the users, but they can use the material within their organization to provide more training. Okay. And another main event for last year is Thailand National Cyber Week. Okay, we have about 1,500 people sign up, and of course it's a free event. So on the actual day, about 900 show up. Okay, which is to be expected because it's free. Okay. And it's the first time for us to try to do this kind of event based on call for presentation. It means that we are sending out the invitation for all the organization in Thailand or even other normal people. If you want to provide the information to Thai, then you just sign up and we will select based on the information they submit to us. So it's open for all. Okay, and we got some interesting speakers and team to discuss cyber security, even run the workshop to have to provide all the activities that we can enjoy. Okay, okay. And the last one, another one for third activity is that we have a workshop for 2 days and then seminar for another 3 days. That's why we call it Thailand National Cyber Week. Okay, I got this idea from ISA conference, Black Hat conference, and DEF CON. Hopefully we can make DEF CON happen in Thailand, but right now we arrange for something like this to happen for now. But in the future, we want to have the culture, subculture like DEF CON event in Las Vegas to draw more attention to this event. And the last thing before lunch, I can't believe it. Only half of my slide. There will be another half in the afternoon. Okay, it's the CTF. Like I said, the formal education is something that we have to prepare. But to get people to be to pay attention to those courses, we have to run the CTF because gamification will be very attractive for younger generation. People love to play e-sport because it's fun, it's competitive. We do the same thing for cyber. Okay, and it's the largest event in terms of number of participants and in terms of prize award. Okay, for general public, the first prize is 100,000 baht. Okay, and for the university level is 60,000. Okay, and for the high school level as well. Okay. And this one, we want to get people to involve as much as we can. So we separate it into region, the north region, the south, and central part of Thailand, and special one for just Bangkok. And so that we have a representative of people who joining in from different part of Bangkok, different part of Thailand, to make sure that they have some opportunity. For example, if you are the South, you only compete with the people in the South instead of just do it one time. And if we do it one time, usually only the people in Bangkok gonna win because they have better chance, more resources. Okay. For this time, we got about 800 people to join in for all three levels. Okay. And the one that we got most people is secondary school. The one that in high school or junior high school, they have we have about 400 joining in, and university level about 200, and the general public for 200 to join. Okay. And the thing that surprised most of the parents and teachers is that when we say something like this, people will say that, but we don't teach it in high school. How come kids know about it? That's the thing about cybersecurity. If you have the passion, then you will find the resources to learn. Okay, and you can the tool and software you can find from the internet. The hardware is right now is usually very accessible. So the team that won for high school level, it formed the eastern part of Thailand. Okay, and the team for university level is from Chulalongkorn University. Okay. And one for general public, that guy on the right hand side, he formed a company that do pen testing for blockchain and smart contracts. So this kind of competition is a good way to identify cyber talent in Thailand. Not just try to inspire people to join in, but also get to learn about how many experts that we have so far. Okay. And after that, we form a team to join Cyber Sea Game competition that organized by ETA and ASEAN Japan Cyber Security Capacity Building Center, the one that you discussed earlier. Okay. And this year we got a good team, so we won the competition. Okay. Every time we beat Singapore or something, we'll be so glad, because usually when we compete, we just say that who else is going to beat besides Singapore. But for this time, since we have a very good team, because he's doing the pen testing on blockchain, so I guess he must be pretty good. So we got 3 guys from general public and one of the best guy from Chulalongkorn University. So hopefully we continue to run this contest. And like I said, it's not just one thing that we will do and hope that we will fulfill all our goals. We have to do many things at the same time. Like for education, we have to draw in the new talent. And also we will provide the education for all by working with Ministry of Education to have some curriculum about cybersecurity, or how to choose the best password, how to install the update on the software, to provide the general knowledge for general public. And also for university level, for bachelor degree, we need cybersecurity degree, because this guy who won, he's in computer engineering class. It's not cybersecurity. Yeah. Even though at the end they can educate and learn more about cybersecurity, but we need someone to get their hands on cryptography programming in the bachelor degree, not studying about it at the end, but we want someone to be a specialist in the bachelor degree. So that's what we hope. And also the other program they need to do regarding draw them in, inspire them. We will work with some company in Thailand and organization to create internship program. So during their studying in bachelor degree, they have something to look forward to in joining internship and get paid for it. Not just internship and graduate, but also they have to compete for it and get to enjoy internship. And after that, hopefully we can keep them in line for cybersecurity workforce, not to leave us before they graduate. Because if we select the best people, guys and girls who join this program, usually they will have any opportunity they want. They can do anything they want. And quite a few from the past that I have interviewed them, one of them, their dream job is to start up company, run an app and create money. And the other one will apply for quantum computing scholarship in Canada. None of them will go to cybersecurity. So we have to create not just the inspiration, but education and the attraction, so that we can keep them in the line of cybersecurity. But it doesn't matter if they work with the government agency or NCSA or not, as long as we have some cybersecurity expert to work in Thailand. That will be our goal. And hopefully in the future, we can export them to work in ASEAN or in other countries as well, because that's how we will survive. If we just thinking small, just government organization with small pay, no one will join. Everyone want to get rich and do something they love. So we have to create the opportunity, not just for Thailand, but to have them see themselves to work as cybersecurity expert in the region or in the world. Okay. So right now it's good time for lunch break. So we'll stop for this right now. But any other questions before we stop for lunch? Okay.
No, I won't keep people from lunch by asking questions. But I do want to say this has been very interesting and helpful. So thank you for sharing this information with us. And I can see as we go along how we can integrate what you're saying into what we talk about later this week.
Yeah, that's the goal, because before this, we just have a very short meeting. We don't have time to get to learn about each other, how far we came along, and the other different, so many aspects of NCSA that we can join force together. That's why we introduce with this session. Okay.
Yeah. I may still fall asleep just because of jet lag.
Let us talking about the administration a little bit. Please go ahead.
So let me inform you that lunch will be served in the cyber square room, and feel free to take a 1-hour break. And we will resume the afternoon session will be led by MITRE and NCSA. So we will meet again at this room at 1 p.m. So the topic that we will discussion in the afternoon are MITRE and NCSA roadmap, NCX 2022 challenges and recommendation for improvement, as well as tabletop exercise program for executive and public-private partnership and any other business. So now enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Excuse me, let me add a little bit. This is only the draft. So it is feel free for your side to talk together. This is just the draft topics. It's like just a guide. So it's free for you. Yeah.
Good.
So I think there's important subjects here that we think we would like but I think that we might find as we begin talking, we might go, oh, what about this or what about that? So I appreciate that we're free to speak when we find other topics of mutual interest, but this is a great place to start. So thank you for setting this up.
I might not be able to join every session due to my mission, but really glad to have you here. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's have lunch. Bye.
Of presentation, and we please don't hesitate to join in with the conversation or questions. Okay, next. Okay, here's our executive CISOs. We got besides us, we got very good support from Ministry of Digital Economy and Education and Society as well. And for the student, they join with the conversation. They ask a lot of questions, difficult question for instructor, because they have some experience in their line of work. Most of them more than 25 years. They're moving up the rank until they almost become the CEO for their own organization. So they bring in a lot of question and experience for our instructor for other session, make it very interesting. Yeah. Next. Okay, and this is the class that we have conducted. We got the Thai the education, the instructor from Thai. They create their own content based on OWASP, and also he assembled the detailed knowledge to become a SOC analyst for 10 class. Usually for one class we have 20 students because it requires a lot of practical knowledge, and they have to take the exam before they can join the class. They might have some prerequisite knowledge before they can join. Okay. Next. Okay, and this is a statistic that we have collected for cybersecurity knowledge sharing. Okay. The one that's most exciting is on August 21st. Okay. That's when we have the most audience because the guys that present this, he's the owner of pen testing company. His life is very interesting. His dad died when he was very young. His mom had to work outside of country, send money for that he can finish school. But at the end now he has Mercedes and Rolex. So, and he learned everything by himself and become the manager of a very interesting company. So everyone want to learn about his life. So that's how we get the most audience. Okay. When he was presenting, we have around 300 people watching it live. And the beginning, when on that day, there was a hiccup when we tried to present it on Facebook Live. So it's a 1 hour delay, but people stay for it. And he finished around 2 p.m. He didn't eat lunch. He keep presenting, and people just stay and want to listen to him. And after that, for the video clip, people still coming back and watch it again and again. So it's one of a very successful case for last year. But for the rest of the session, it's all very interesting. Like for example, we got some people from Fire Mandian. Right now, it's just Mandian. They come about to talk about the different APT group. Palo Alto discussed about the attack surface for nation of Thailand. So this was one of the successful activity that we have run. Okay, next. Okay. And this one we join in with Trend Micro. They have created user awareness presentation in Thai with very good information. And they do this activity with us. And it was really a big success. The one in blue is the one that we create the presentation, and hopefully we train the trainer for all 2,000 something participants, because at the end we give them the PowerPoint slide. They can use that slide deck to teach more people in their own organization. Okay, and the one in yellow, that's one is more for technical. The number of people who join in is small by design, because we want people with a little bit more technical skill. And for next generation information security leader, that's one we reserve exclusively for CIO for the organization. Okay. And this is how we have to do things when we have no money. We have to build a relationship. We have to trade our brand and build up their brand in exchange with their services. So far, no one said anything. But sometimes when you are the government agency, people will say that you have to stay neutral. You have to be enemy with everyone. You cannot be friend with everyone. You have to, doesn't support or endorse anyone. But our plan is that we want to endorse everyone, but not in the same area. Okay. For example, in some other company, we might join them for some other kind of activity or different areas, so that there will be no competition in trying to fighting for the same attention that we can give. So it's a very good lesson in the relationship that we tried to build. Okay. Next. Okay. And this one is for the Thailand National Cyber Week. Hopefully we will do it again, like National Cyber Exercise. This one is almost as important. Okay. We have very good success in the people signing up and stay in for all the event. Okay. For the workshop, there's 120 people join in. What different between the seminar and workshop is that for workshop, the people who join force with that, they have a cloud-based lab that people can log in and test it out. For example, they have a lab for cyber range, the Cyberbit from Israel. They teach instruction in the morning, and in the afternoon, people can enjoy the workshop by hands-on, get some hands-on experience with the cyber range. Okay. When for call for presentation, we have around, I believe, at first we planned for 12 sessions, but so many people want to submit and join in the program. At the end, we have to keep increase the number of sessions and everyone have only 1 hour each, including answering the question. And we start at 9 without lunch break until almost 6 p.m. every day, because everyone want to join in and share the experience, share the knowledge. So it's what very good program as well.
Are you looking to repeat this in 2022, maybe in November again? Same?
So next time, the reason we are not doing it on October, because you guys have one in October. You have Cyber Week as well. Cyber Awareness Month, I believe you call. Yeah. So we move our to November.
Yeah, like you said, the big one is Black Hat and DEF CON August. So as long as you don't step on that one, you're okay.
But this year it might be called International Cyber Week. If we can get some more of people from not just inside Thailand, but also from the other country. Last time we did it, we have some distinguished guests from Israel. His company, I believe, is Waterfall. He's an expert for OT system. Yeah. Hopefully, we can have more on the star speakers. Okay. Next. Okay, and this one is the national exercise, cyber exercise. Okay, and for this, like I said, our organization, our goal is to make sure that if Thailand is ready for cyber attack, and everything that we have done so far is to build up our capability in terms of policy and plan, readiness for the organization, the capacity and capability of Thai cybersecurity workforce. And at the end of this year, of each year, we plan to have a cyber exercise. Okay, and hopefully we can get more involvement from executive level. And also, we want to have more cooperation with NSC, because NSC, they will be in charge when there's a crisis level of cyber event. And so far, we haven't had much cooperation with them yet. So hopefully we can have more. But when we discuss about the NSC, it's not the office of NSC. Office of NSC is a government organization. But when we say NSC, what we meant is that all the of the driving force, for example, military, the people from Minister of Interior, and all the Thailand will be formed as a part of NSC. And that's the thing that we want people to understand, that even though the law said that when it becomes a crisis, it will be responsibility of NSC, it's not just one single entity, but it will be the whole country of Thailand that handle. For example, right now, when it's a crisis and it involves natural disaster, people will realize that that's a job for NSC and Ministry of Interior. We have to make people understand that it's the same with cyber threat. When it have a lot of effect for many people, it's caused loss of life, it's caused a lot of confusion, and people cannot, spend their life normally because of cyber incident. That's when we have to involve the NSC. Hopefully, we can get more buy-in for that. Last year, even though it was quite a success for first time, but it's only involved with the organization that use cyber in their operation, but not the whole country. Hopefully, we can get more participation for this year. Okay.
Can you clarify for me, because I thought I heard, and I could have heard this wrong, that you were going to postpone the next national one until like 2024. Is this something different, or?
I think that might be the discussion about heavy year or light year.
Okay.
but we plan to have it for every year.
Okay.
But it depends on how much of the resources we put in. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, please.
Let me explain a little bit more based on the experience or the feedback that we got from last year exercise. We found that we cannot have tabletop exercise every year. It needs a large amount of planning. So for this year, we want to have the next year. In the next year, we will have the planning year, and after that is the tabletop year, and after that is a live file year. So I try to expand it into 3 years activity. The first year is for planning and exercise development. Actually, is follow the MITRE exercise playbook, and the second year is about the tabletop or the plan. It's about the staff to come together and decide the plan for the national level. That is the second year. And the last year, it should be the live file. I should plan for cyber launch at the national level. I should have the technical team come together, and I should gain the red team and try to attack to the blue team. So that is the third one. This is my plan, but it is still not exactly what I think. Maybe it can be changed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next. Okay, so for last year, we have about 66 organizations and people who join in. We call it trainee, but it's like exercise participant. But part of it, we provide training as well. So we call trainees, about 450 persons. And the number of hours is, we want to make it big. So that's man hours of work of planning and joining the exercise that we did it together. Okay. Next. Okay. So for the exercise, it requires a lot of participants in terms of number of people who decide the exercise, and not all the sector are the same. Like if for TTC cert, they help a lot with sector for telco because he and his team got the great experience, and of course for TB cert, they have a lot of experience. But for the rest of the sector, we have to imagine things or try to think that will be a generic exercise that should be good for that sector. But hopefully in the future, we can have more experts to help with the planning process. So that will be useful and be more realistic in terms of the designing of the exercise. Okay. Not when we say 7 sectors, not all the same. Okay, some of them have some experience and even more experience than that, but quite a few they have no experience, and quite a few they have seen no benefit in exercise at all. But luckily, based on our Cyber Security Act, they must join the exercise. So that's what carefully inserted within the Cyber Security Act, that is a must. If we have the exercise, then CI and government, anyone need to join in as well. It's not optional. Okay, so that's the good thing that on our side to make sure that we have participants. Okay. เรื่อง exercise เก่งมีอะไรเพิ่มเติมไหม
For the last year exercise, one of the product that we got is a draft version of the National Incident Response Plan. And next month, we will talk with the Office of National Security Council to make it genuine, to make it real. So it's still the long process, but we start to do this. We hope that by the end of this year, we will have the National Incident Response Plan. That is the main document for next year exercise and for our job to work together with related organization for the real thing. So this is one of the main document that we want to achieve for this year. Thank you.
Okay, and also the next step for this year, hopefully we can get all the policy and plan approved, and also the subordinate law or secondary registration, and continuation for development for human cybersecurity workforce, and make sure that our insert have all the necessary staff and equipment. Okay. And driving forward in terms of establishment for sectoral research. Okay, next. Okay, and this one we have discussed it in length already. Money and people. Okay. Yeah, next. Okay, that's it for our discussion. Hopefully you get to know about NCSA for in depth and have some idea about where we are right now. Okay, so that's it for my part for introduction. So please continue with the discussion. Okay.
You showed on your videos, you know, the different views and things, and I saw, you know, it's Facebook Live and stuff. So I see you have a YouTube channel. Do you post those on the YouTube channel too? Because
for example, for the Thailand National Cyber Week, all the clip for all the instructor, we separated for one lecturer or instructor for one session, and we upload it on YouTube. Yeah. And quite a few of those instructors, they love it. They're proud of it. Every time they teach, they will refer to that clip that they have it with NCSA. So it have a very good impact. And also for all the knowledge sharing, we upload that on the YouTube as well.
yeah, that's good. Particularly in the U.S., Facebook is kind of just the grandparents now, and the younger generation doesn't touch it, at least for us. So it's all Instagram, YouTube, and then you post anything on YouTube, somebody's going to search it. You know, that 10,000 views goes through the roof. Because that's all the younger generations do. They don't read the books. They want to figure it out. They search YouTube. They get the video. It's good for distribution. Not good for some of the videos are not that accurate, but that's good. I'm glad to see you got the channel. I'm gonna follow you, so you'll get an extra follower.
Yeah, but we trying and struggling on Twitter because we hardly post anything or retweet anything on Twitter. But all the younger generation, even in Thailand, they love Twitter much more than Facebook. Okay, but for Facebook, we got more users in Thailand for Facebook, even though it might be for older age. But the younger one, they use on the Twitter. We haven't used any Instagram yet, and no TikTok channel. But also right now we use a lot of Facebook and our main distribution of public information. The website seems like only very few people visit our website. They love to see it on Facebook, but we use it for procurement. Because when we declare we have procurement project, we have to use the website. That might be the only audience that come back to it. And also we use it to distribute the official document. After it was signed and declared in Royal Gazette, then we will keep all of those on the website. Okay, so it's very good for archive purpose and to distribute official information. Okay.
I think you need to make Group Captain Jadette a TikTok star.
All right, there you go. You got one more subscriber.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for the introduction to NCSA portion. So now please continue as we have planned. Okay.
Well, thank you. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat. Thank you for that. I was very informative and helpful. As you say, so many times we have these calls that last an hour. I'm asleep. You're barely awake because it's early. Yeah, I know. Matt's the only one who knows what's going on. No, but so I think I found this really informative, and I think it's really helpful for us to understand how far you've come, despite no money and no people. You've come a long way and accomplished a lot, which says a lot about the capabilities of the organization and your drive. And you know, I'd like to go back to the mission slide. That was the best slide. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Because I think that this is, in terms of some of the materials we've prepared for the other days. Is that how much your vision and your missions and your objectives drive all your other activities. And so I think that this is helpful for us to understand what you see your missions to be, what your vision is, and then we can talk about the roadmap based on this is what drives that roadmap. And so I think that this is helpful for us to understand. And I think that if we start to think, I think that point of the roadmap is important. I mean, it's a roadmap for you, and then we can sort of see where MITRE might be able to help. But I think thinking about the way forward for you is really how you're thinking about what your next steps are and what order you're going to do things. And, you know, Jen, did you want to, Jennifer, I'm sorry. You know, if you wanted to, can you project? Share? Well, yeah, with the phases and then the lines of effort. No, because there's only 4 phases. So the way that, okay, Jennifer, I like the fact that your name is under that picture. Is that you? So the way that we were sort of thinking about this is a document that we created back when we first started talking to NCSA. I don't even think you were here yet. And we talked about a phased approach and identified sort of 4 general phases. So the first phase is laying the foundation. And the second phase I thought you were going to pull up the 4 phases. So while she's doing that, I think one of the important things, well, first of all, we all know that starting a new organization is very difficult. And, we've, post 9/11 in our country, we created all kinds of new organizations. And I was there helping to establish them, and it was really hard. So creating a new organization is hard because everybody they know the old, and trying to get them to think about a new and understand the new is difficult. It's also, as you said, you never have enough resources. You never have enough people. And so trying to figure out, okay, how do you get as much success as possible, as quickly as possible, when you don't have time, money, or people. And so, the way we began thinking about this was, okay, how do you decide what happens first? Because you could come up with this list of how many things you need to do, and it's almost infinite. There's a book in English. I don't know if any of you heard of it, probably not. It's about rabbits. And it's called Watership Down. And in the book, the rabbits cannot count above 4. And so anything above 4 is rare. And so I sort of feel like the amount of things you need to do is rare. It's beyond what you can count. And so trying to think about making a list of what you want to do and you need to do, and then trying to think about how do you prioritize things in a way that makes sense. And so the first phase has to be laying the foundation. And that's many of the things you've been doing, which is creating the organization, creating a governance structure. We also include in that creating a stakeholder management plan. So there's a number of activities that we can list that would be in laying the foundation. Then it's establishing and implementing the common baselines. So you've got the things in place, but now you've got to make sure that everybody is in agreement of how things are, and whether it's creating standards or whether it's creating processes or other things so that the organization is now working and has a common understanding with people within the organization and critical infrastructure and your other stakeholders. The third one is really formalizing the risk-based approach. And this goes to your point of you're currently reactive, you want to get to be proactive. That third one, formalizing a risk-based approach, really is a proactive way of thinking about everything. And then the fourth one is maturing the cyber ecosystem. And so if you've got those sort of phases in mind, then you can start thinking about lines of effort or activities that you can then say, okay, should I be doing this first? Okay, or should I put that on, we say, on the back burner of the stove and do something else first? And so that's how we would like to sort of start thinking about it. And we have this is why I brought him along. He's my computer guy. And then across the top, there's a document that Jared had shared with you that were sort of these lines of effort of things that we talked about with MITRE, SCI, and CISA. And we were beginning to say, okay, which of those should be in which phases and when should you do it? Now, let me give a little bit of context to the phases. Although those phases are in this order, that does not mean that you have to finish phase one before you move to phase two. Or you might decide something that normally would be in phase one, you're going to do a little bit later, or something that would normally be in three, you're going to do earlier, but you're going to have a reason to do that, as opposed to just saying, oh, today's Tuesday, I'm going to do this. You want to think about, how do I decide to prioritize what I'm going to do? And so, for example, you have prioritized the exercises, which is important because that's really your stakeholder, building your stakeholder base. That's sort of, as you said, you're building your brand and you're using those to build the brand, to build the relationships. And that's really part of laying a foundation. Although as you go on, your exercises are going to become more sophisticated and become more about a risk-based approach. And so they're going to develop and become something different in your different phases. Does that make sense? Okay. So these lines of effort were things that we proposed that are specifically the MITRE, SCI, CISA, but these are not all the things that you want to do. So actually, this chart should be going out here, and you're going to have other things that you're thinking about. So what I kind of would like to do, and maybe maybe we should whiteboard this, is to start listing sort of the activities you think are the key things that you want to do and you think are important for yourself. And then we could start trying to fit them into which phase, which bucket you want to put them in. So if we wanted to start thinking about, so you've already talked about you want to do training to build the workforce. You've already talked about exercises. You've talked about how you want to create a national incident response plan. So why don't we just start putting some of those things up on the board, and then we can start. So now that we have this up here, we can erase that. Sorry, Jen. You can erase that. Well, because I think what we want to do is just put them all up there, and then we can start putting next to it which phase we would put it in.
So I made this in about 30 seconds, but I think the idea is if we're looking at a 5-year plan, time. But the idea of the chart for strategic planning purposes is, so the time 0 is probably here, and and over the 5-year plan, we're going to lay the foundation, establish that this is time that ends in 5 years, and along these lines of effort, just pick one. So as far as developing the national incident response plan, kind of at what levels and what tasks and objectives do you have over the 5 years, and each line of effort kind of has that same thing. And of course, the goal is, what can MITRE do for you throughout this time period? What could SEI do, state departments, CISA, and all of our partners? So this is just kind of a tool to help capture it. Probably should have flipped it the other way, but time starts on the left-hand column from 0 to 5.
And that those phases are not a set amount of time. So it's not like phase 1 is from 0 to 12 months. Phase 2 is, 13 months to 24 months. It's not set like that. It's as much time as you need to take to complete those activities. And as I said, you might start activities in phase 2 before you've completed phase 1. But generally, you want to be thinking about, okay, what order? So Jennifer, you might start, so developing an national incident response plan.
More.
It's obviously not.
This is all for planning.
Okay, so let's list the activity on our side on the board, and then we can merge it together. Okay, and also for this, I think we might continue to do this for the rest of the US team. We can use this and add the stuff from SEI or CISA within this, so that we can on the same page at the same program that we will continue to run together. So it will be easier for the embassy to to support as well, because it will be one big plan that we can use and do the planning together. Okay.
You want to just start listing activities? Yes. And then we can put phases, and then we can put.
Okay.
Yeah, so, well, because, they're saying the national cert, so it's called the national cert, CSER, but that's what that is. And then at one point you talked about creating a national certification center, but I didn't hear that in your presentation. Is that something you're still thinking of doing?
Yeah, that's in terms of prices, that's what's going to happen. Okay, because when right now there's no crisis, so our national cert will be the main focal point. But when there's a some of crisis, then the National Coordination Center will be the entity that have to run. Insert. Yeah. Yeah.
Make me put my glasses on. Avoiding that camera going. Can't
Yeah,
show, can't
same
show
thing here.
age, yes, sir. Yeah.
Only when
We have to
when
be
we
age
need it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, only in case of emergency, put it out. Well, and also the part about workforce development and
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not a phase, it's a line of effort.
yeah, because I think it will be a continuation for all phases.
Right.
Yeah.
You talked about, creating new laws. That's going to be in a number of different phases.
Mm.
Um,
And that we haven't have any one to join in the effort at all. Because usually we only have our staff for the law legal office, not law office, legal office. But we haven't have any chance to talk to international lawyers or anyone that
You don't want to talk
have-
to lawyers.
there will be something new to have cooperation with lawyers or someone from legal department.
You can't make too much fun of lawyers.
But one thing that I have just discussed this with our legal office,
Yeah.
that their job is never done.
Yeah.
They have to review the law that we have, propose the new one, or add on to it. And the other one is that just in case, God forbid, the worst happen, we got into some legal battle
Yeah.
with the organization that doesn't want to cooperate.
Right.
We will need some good lawyer to help us,
Right.
just in case that in our line of work, we want to stop this system from spreading malware or virus. But at the end, it damaged the system and they want to sue us. We will need the expertise from our legal office in that kind of venue as well. Not just in terms of revising laws and regulations or subordinate law. And for that one, we haven't have any experience in have someone to explain to our legal office about how to prepare for such a event or incident.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's interesting, we make fun of the lawyers, although I am a lawyer, so you can't make too much fun. But one of the problems that, and this is an international problem, is that the law is not keeping up with cyber. And so things are happening in cyber and the law isn't there yet to support it. And so then people are making stuff up. So we've got a lot more ones.
Do we want to just do it on that, type it as we go, or do you want it on the board?
Can we keep going? Keep doing columns? Yeah, there's gonna be all these. So that's the question. Your orientation is. Okay. So that talks about workforce development, but you need a workforce development plan. Well, there's going to be cyber workforce development itself, and then there's the cyber workforce development plan. And the plan is going to be is in the laying foundation. A plan for that, and then you're going to have building it as you go along. I mean, obviously, even as establishing, like in the law, it talks about establishing the office of the National Cybersecurity Committee with associated staffs and organizations. Has that been done, or is that in process?
I think it's still in process, not yet.
So it's establishing.
Oh, before I forget, another example of good cooperation between cyber agencies and law and lawyers is the one that I want to learn more. Is when you take down the domain names or the server instead of having your cyber command hack and take down system. You can use this the law and lawyers to provide the lawful cooperation. Like example, Red Forums, it was shut down not by someone hacking to the system, but we using law in international cooperation to shut it down. Or some other C2 server that attack Microsoft Windows. Microsoft lawyers from Digital Crime Unit, they use the law to take down such a system. And that's something that we haven't learned so much about. And that will be another cooperation in the future if we can manage to get someone to join the conversation. Yeah.
So, you know, because we have the FBI often, you know, gets approval from the court to take down. And then, and so then when people go to that site, there's this big FBI seal that says, this site's been taken down. They're going down. And it looks really important, doesn't it? I don't remember what the critical infrastructure piece was. So one of the things, so while we talk about in phase 3 about getting the risk-based approach, in laying the foundation, another thing is preparing a standard risk assessment process and a methodology, which the law also requires that you that you have risk assessments and that you do that, but you need to create that assessment process and the methodology. This is a new column. Yeah. No, it is a completely over at the far right. It's a new column. That's why I say it's been better if you had these. That's okay. No, these lines of effort were a separate document. But this was a list of all kinds of lines of effort. So there's probably 25 lines of effort. Right. Yeah, yeah, because yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, right, right, yes, right. Right, exactly. No, because these are all priorities. They've said these are all priorities, but there's going to be more. one of which is going to be preparing a risk assessment capability with process and methodology. But I want to hear some more of your suggestions of what you think are sort of, if you were right now to say, okay, these are my top priorities, these are things I need to get done yesterday, what would those be in your mind?
These should be priorities, what you
Yes,
want to accomplish.
Correct.
And then we'll assign phases.
correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
Another thing that a lot of CAI and some expert want and want to see is that the way that we want to develop, it might take a long time for all the CAI and organization to pass the certain line. But what people want right now is some capability maturity model. Some baseline we have assigned, and then maybe some we might call it a self-assessment survey, which could interpret that into weak and strong point of area and suggest the way for them to develop, so that the IT or CISO staff have something to communicate with the rest of the organization, or communicate with the top level management in some term that the management will be understand or make it easier for them to understand, because if we have just this predefined standard, and that's the only thing they have, sometimes it will be difficult for them to communicate that if we don't pass it today, how much or which kind of effort that we need to do to make it better to reach the goals. Okay, so if so some kind of cybersecurity maturity model based on our Cybersecurity Act. Okay.
That's a great one. Another one you mentioned, Jennifer, a separate bullet, was a self-assessment tool. And I actually have a very good example of that. It's not even ours.
I've been looking at the CSET from CISA, but the one we saw right now is already predefined set of questions based on US specific sectors, but we may need to develop ourselves.
There's one in the UK called the Vulnerability Self-Assessment Tool, the VSAT. It was created by the UK government for the Olympics. And it was a way for them to do self-assessment very quickly, and it had questions, and you had to put, where you're at, and then they used that to so they first used it for the torch relay, and they made sure that all the hotels along the torch relay route did a self-assessment, and then they determined ones that weren't secure enough, and so that's where they went in and they focused their security efforts on that. So but they did it for all of them, so you can get your results instantaneously because it's all done electronically. But it's a very interesting concept, but I think we can talk later about examples of points. We've got the National Coordination Center, but I think there's a separate one about creating a process for sharing threat information, because you're talking about NIST, which is malware, but this is sort of, malware is not, it's really more, well, it could be threat or vulnerability, but I think you really want, I'm thinking sort of the ISAC, ISAO kind of model of threat sharing.
MIS is one of the two,
Yeah.
but the process to establish that in Thailand might be the overall process that we need to define. The MIS is one of the example. that we have on hand right now. But in order to have it as a whole nation, that's a process that we need to refine as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in addition to creating the process for sharing threat information, which is sort of a mechanical thing, there's also creating a cyber intelligence capability, looking at cyber threat intelligence and cyber vulnerability intelligence. So I would say creating an intelligence capability is going to be one of them. It's a separate bullet. Yeah. Because you don't have to have your own capability to share information. So there's those functions. What other things do you have sort of on your list of to-do list?
I'm thinking about the cyber curriculum development. Even though we are still on the process of developing the curriculum, like a implementer, lead implementer and lead auditor course. However, we still need some point of view from your side to support the other, or even though this course. So I'm not quite sure. For example, I don't know how many cyber security courses in the US that we need to provide to the ICS team or the people or student or many people. So if you can provide us some kind of that idea, so it will benefit to us, because one of the main mission for us is the workforce development, and we still need the other point of view to support us for this.
Let me emphasize on that. For example, like the risk assessment is quite difficult. When we provide the overall training for risk assessment, it's quite easy. You can say likelihood and impact risk metrics, but to actually perform risk assessment is still we haven't found any good course on that. We might have it as a part of the implement and auditing that we're trying to do, but it doesn't especially focus on the risk assessment and risk mitigation to create the plan. Okay, and also for the ICS, right now we have no courses at all. What we're trying to do right now to cooperate with the plan that we have for CISA is that we just use the online course from CISA. The 100 level up to level 400, but still we don't have that in Thailand. So that would be if we can get some expert to join in and develop the courses for ICS or OT system, that will be very beneficial. And I think we need it for urgently for both, for the risk assessment and mitigation course, and also for ICS and OT system. Okay. And some other courses as well, if you have some other ideas. Okay.
So did you say you're using the like those 101 and 201 courses that are online from the ICS cert? Yeah, DHS, I think. Yeah, okay, those are pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we need that's not mass enough. Okay, right now we just wait for the answer from CISA. If they can have like 3 or 4 seats opening up for the lab in Idaho, and after that we will run with it. We will promote it. We will ask people to join those virtual online class. But at the end, we need someone to help design the exam, because we want people to compete for it. We don't want to say that, okay, this should be a good guy or girl to go, but we will ask people to join all the classes, and when we create the exam as prerequisite, and then we will interview the persons to make sure that they have a good score in English. They can listen, learn, and interact to enjoy the course, and they have a good opportunity to give back to Thai society regarding ICS and OT system. But for next year, if we can create our own courses and expand the knowledge and give this instruction to universities or some other training centers to provide such courses, it might be even more beneficial to involve and be more sustainable instead of having just because we don't think that we can get such a scholarship every year. There will be too high hope, maybe just to get the people interest. But for the rest, we want to create a course based on that one. Okay. And also another plan we have regarding IT and OT system, we plan to procure the product is from the name of the company is MIST, M-I-S-T. They have a pre-packaged PLC and a small virtual, not virtual, it's hardware related. It's 3 or 4 day classes based on this notebook and the PLC system. The instructor will show how to attack and defend the PLC. We plan to buy that to provide more training regarding the OT system. Okay.
So are you aware of the, I get the name of it wrong, but it's a Center of Excellence training program in Japan, run by METI, that is purely for industrial control systems. And so it's a whole training course. And that one, I think, in fact, is 6 months long.
You came in 1 week too late. If we meet you before and we meet the Japanese team, that will be perfect. You came in.
I actually have something along these lines that came in over the weekend from our colleagues at CISA. And they're conducting a course that requires, let's see, basic understanding of OT knowledge, and it's on OT with CSA Singapore from 10 May to 3 June. And they're hosting it with Singapore CSA and the ASEAN Singapore Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. And they would like to invite participants from Thailand to participate in that. So it's very, very specific to what we're talking about that just came in over the weekend. And I can forward you the flyer for it if you're interested. And we can talk more about offering seats for participants from Thailand to participate in courses at the Idaho lab as well. So we'll explore ways we can support that.
Great. Looking forward to that one. Okay. พี่ป๋องเดี๋ยวลองติดตามตรงนี้แล้วกันนะฮะเพื่อส่งคนของเราไปร่วมเรียนด้วยครับ Okay. And Barbara, make sure we have all the names of the organization that you have mentioned, because we are in the process of starting something with Japan. And last week, the organization that visit us is JICA. And JICA, they have lots of money. They want to give it away. and also we want to cooperate with them with some specific information about the name of the organization in Japan that could work with us. And maybe we can get some funding from JICA to build up the cooperation. Okay. So that's good.
The name of the organization, I'll type this up later, but the name of the organization is the Industrial Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, the ICCOE, and it's under the Internet Protection Agency, which of course is under METI. I'll send you links and information about that, but I think that's they're facing the exact same problem you are, and so they're trying to find solutions. And I think one of the key things when you don't have enough resources is find examples that work and copy them, as opposed to creating everything from scratch. Sometimes you say, oh, but I want my own. It's like, yeah, you have the time and money.
I do agree.
So there's a
yeah.
balance there. I think.
That's why I spent my last COVID lockdown studying from the ICS virtual course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I passed the 300 level, collect all the certification, and I saw a lot of benefit based on the information that we already have. But we have to balance between Thai way of thinking and a newer and younger generation. Because if we want to do this for Thai society, and we just say that, okay, for this it's very important to go study from the US. Quite a few people will have some drawback and thinking that you should, have provide formal education for us. We can use the information that's already out there in the virtual courses, but if we need to, we will ask for authorization to use third content and recap that into instructor-led classes, because quite a few people in Thailand sometimes they couldn't study by themselves. Okay, sometimes they need to. Okay, it'll be easier for us if you just say that this 3-day course, and they apply for it and they join the class and take some time off work to join, and their supervisor will understand. If we say that, okay, please join online class and make it official, that's difficult. It's our culture thing, but we don't plan to create our own classes out of thin air. We plan to use what we already seen and is working. But if there's a case of copyright or something, we have to work through that.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, absolutely. I'm not suggesting you steal intellectual property. Let me make that perfectly clear. But I think that there's another point I like to make, which is we can tell you how we do things in the US. The Brits can tell you how they do it in Britain, UK. Japan can tell you how they do it in Japan. But you need to do what will work in Thailand, not what works someplace else. So I think the important point is to find the lessons learned and why things might work there or how they might be adapted so they'll be most effective in Thailand. I think that's, so I think that if anyone comes in and says, just do what we do, that's a mistake. I think what it is understand what they do, why they do it, why it works there, and why it might need to be adapted for you to get something that works for you. So I think that that's my philosophy.
Just going to add one comment, I think, for Captain Jadette. This might be a little bit in the weeds, but I had developed a class on ICS cybersecurity. One of the things we get the students to do is that whole piece that you do, but we also fight the budgeting issues. So you mentioned getting students into the PLCs and the programming and the C and the ladder logic. There's a company called Velasio, and you can buy a student academic kit, which is the PLC and a simulator stick and something to go into the computer. All of the programming stuff is free, and it's a really low cost way to get someone into programming PLCs and of course manipulating them and seeing how folks will attack them. So it's a real low cost, and it's great for these competitions and your cyber weeks because it's $70 US that a student could win one or something like that. So I just wanted to mention it because you kind of talked PLCs and cost, but if you look at that Velasio academic kits, it works nice.
How do you spell Lazio?
Velasio, VELOCIO, or something very close to that.
I thought it was V as in Victor. Is the spelling?
Okay, but that's another thing that maybe we can discuss with Lisa or Department of Homeland, because the only resort I can get my hands on about ICS and OT is from those courses. So if we can get into some kind of cooperation, maybe for us, allows to use this to build our own courses, that would be great. Okay.
Yeah, and all that software is free. So the vBuilder, where you can visually program the PLCs, and all the software is free. So that's great.
Mm.
One
I'm
thing
not
that-
promoting the company, but that's what I use for my students because the
Mm.
cost, even during COVID, when we didn't know how COVID spread, we didn't want to collect them just because of health. We didn't know early. So we gave them all away and bought more. So it's very cost effective.
And I'll just add, as far as US government offerings go, CISA is also looking at having all their material translated into Thai to make it more accessible for Thai participants.
It's kind of funny. In the beginning, we want to translate everything into Thai, but at the end, the one that we want is the one that understand English. If, so to reach the mass audience, you have to, bring down the language barrier to make that it accessible. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to reach the mass or the number of people that we want to join. But at the end, the one that we want to promote and use it to develop them further is the one that's very proficient in English. Because in terms of cybersecurity, the one that excel is the one that reads research paper and try new things by not having to ask somebody else about the new threat that coming out or the new information.
And there's a lot of
Yeah.
exceptional open source programs, like you're just talking about MISP, and there's vulnerability testing tools. And unfortunately, the documentation's in English, the programs are in English. So it is an unfortunate truth that the good use of the English language is pretty important for these free open source tools, and they're always being updated. So yeah, unfortunately, you do need someone that's pretty proficient in programming in English.
So one of the things that I don't see up there are standards. And so I think there has to be some setting of standards. Whether it's saying, that you're adopting ISO 2700 or you're adopting the NIST cybersecurity framework or whatever, that one of your functions is to do standards. And so again, it's probably not something you want to create from scratch and have completely separate standards in Thailand, but that you're going to want to identify ones that are going to be sort of a baseline in Thailand. And you talked earlier about the SANS, it was the SANS top 20, it's now called the CIS top 20. But whether it's even that and saying, okay, these are the top 20 controls that every organization should do. I mean, again, you've already talked about how you can't enforce it, but giving them some things of saying, okay, basically every organization that has any kind of connection to the internet needs to do at least these 20 things might be something that you are going to do. So I think the standards one, I think, is an important one to have up there. And so how you doing on it?
As Group Captain Amon said, many of the secondary legislation is an ongoing thing. We cannot just launch it and stop it. It's not like that. The secondary legislation itself need to be improved by the time. And more than that, only we have the secondary legislation is not enough. We need to have a guideline for them. So, for example, it's about one of the secondary law. We mentioned about the risk assessment. However, we don't have the detail how to do the risk assessment. We need to have another guideline to say that we need to have how to do the risk assessment by detail. So this is the reason why my job have to do a lot of think about the guideline for the secondary law. For example, it's about the asset inventory, it's about the hardening, about the risk assessment, about the auditing, and many more. And this is one of the biggest job for me.
So on Wednesday, we're going to talk about the risk assessment process in detail. And the elements, we're focusing on the severity schema piece of it. But we're going to go through the whole process and talk about that. And we could do a week-long course on that, but we're going to cover it in 2 hours. But so I think that that's an important place where we, when we start thinking about where we can help you, that might be a really good place. And we, of course, NIST has entire special publications all about that process. But translating NIST into actually doing things sometimes it's more complicated than translating Thai into English. Yeah, and I this is me personally. This is just my personal opinion. When NIST starts talking about this control and that control and control 0.5.243, and I just go, it's too much, right? And so I try to make that into English. I don't mean make it into English, not into Thai, but I mean putting it into plain language so that someone can understand it and say, okay, what does this mean for what I have to do? And I think that that's really important, that you get what I call NIST geeks who, really get excited about, oh, this control down to this. We're not at that level. Let's talk about what does this really mean and what do I really need to do? And so I think the program that we've got Thursday morning that Julie Snyder is going to give about the NIST cybersecurity framework and doing profiles, we've really put it in as plain language as possible and made it into step by step by step so that
sorry for interruption, because the part that you just said is what I have in mind, that there will be a good opportunity. And before I forgot, please ask her, or I'm not sure if is it possible to that we can record it and reuse it, because I think it would be very beneficial.
So I have 2 pieces of good news for you. One is, yes, you may record and reuse. And number 2, I've translated the slides into Thai. I did it personally.
Since
I had them translated into Thai.
I apologize. I need to leave, but I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for hosting us. And Noah from our economic section will probably be here tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. I can't come tomorrow after all, but I hope to see everybody again on Friday. And thank you again. So.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's good news. Because NIST cybersecurity framework is like the foundation for Cybersecurity Act.
Yes.
So the Thursday will be good opportunity, and then the result from Thursday we will continue to use it and reuse it to educate the public, and also anyone that we need to discuss about cybersecurity framework. Then we will reuse those information, those classes. Okay.
Yeah, so the Thursday one is sort of going through understanding the core and the tiers and profile profiles and then how you would do a profile. And you've got those books that are like, cybersecurity for dummies. I don't know if you have them in Thailand. These yellow books. It's like, house building for dummies. It's like I tried to make this because Julie knows this stuff so well, and she's like at this level. And then I kept saying, no, let's bring it. Let's make it plainer. Let's make it plainer. Let's make it plainer. And so I hope we accomplish that. And I'll be very interested to get your reaction, whether we accomplish that. But because you talked about how it was for these executives and you wanted these executives to go back to their organizations and talk about this, we thought having slides in Thai would facilitate that. So we went ahead and had them translated. Now, we will not give the presentation in Thai. Jennifer tried to tell Julie she had to do it in Thai. Julie said no. But anyway, so yes, and feel fine recording. What I do need from you is the exact time and the length so that I can do a Teams invite that you can then share with your people, but then Julie will join us that way. Okay. And then the second thing before I forget is for the Friday one, we want to continue the discussion with NIST about NIST. For Friday, we will have Julie and we'll have Amy Mon from NIST joining us remotely. So two things. One, I will need the exact time for that so I can send the invitation. And secondly, we should talk about what is it that you really want to talk about that day so that Julie and Amy can prepare.
That will bring me to the other idea I have. Since NCSA have to create a lot of standard guideline or procedures. One thing I'm always curious to know is that what is the process of NIST when they propose a new standard? How do you do the research, get all the expert opinion? How many times you have to do the revision, peer review, or the process to make sure that your standard will be acceptable, will be beneficial? Because there will be many times that we have to do such a thing to create a standard and guideline. And right now we only have a very simplified process. And at the end, usually it doesn't work. People will say that in the public hearing, no one will show up. But at the end, no one will like it. Yeah. So we have to know that how do you make sure that your standard will be acceptable by all and measure the success of the standard that will actually valid and reliable to perform what you plan to set it up. Okay, and I think this might be the best organization to discuss with regarding.
So I will make sure they have that on their agenda. And they can talk about, first of all, how they create committees that have internal and external. And MITRE is on many of those committees. We've helped draft many of these things. So you'll find every special publication or framework or any of those, they will tell you who participated in the process. And then they have public comment periods where people can comment. But they also have groups of, industry people who routinely engage. And so I think part of it is sort of getting some organizations or companies that you go to personally and say, I really need you to participate in this. Because if you just leave it out there, no one will respond. But if you sort of seed it with, that, and they start responding, then others will start responding because they see that some have responded. But they will help with that. But so I will put that as one of the topics. But other topics, please let me know. and they are meeting together on Wednesday to prepare for Friday. So if we can get it by tomorrow, that would be great. But that gives you a real opportunity because Amy is one of the international coordinators for NIST. And so she's very excited to participate even remotely on this because this is sort of her job, is to engage with foreign governments. And Julie does, a bunch of the international work. So on Friday, you're going to have two real experts to ask all kinds of great questions.
On Thursday, before I forget again, we plan to invite our student, the one from executive class, executive TESOL class, but also for our student, we have 5 group. We name them based on NIST framework.
Oh.
The name of the group is Identify, Protect, Detect, Respond, Recover. That's why it's so important for this Thursday for them to learn from the organization that start off the name of the group. Okay, and also we plan to promote this so that there will be more people, much more than the student that will join. We turned it into a game so that like my team is identified. I will invite the people to join in. The people I invite will rename them when they join, starting from identify. At the end, we will count it on how many people that start with identify that came from me to enjoy this special event. And we will give away the prize for the one that got more invitees. Because we want to make it fun, and instead of just generate broadcast it on the public, it might not be a good idea because we want to keep it in the closed loop. So it might be only person to person invitation. Okay.
Well, on the Thursday one, I thought that was your CISO executive. They will be listening, right? Okay.
That would be them in and target audience. Okay. But we will invite them to because sometimes they want their subordinate to join as well, because their job might not be closely or even related to cybersecurity within the organization, but they are at the top level, like the second in command for the whole organization. So if they think their team or their staff should benefit from this as well, we invite them to join. Okay. Yeah, so to make the most out of your time and our time and this great opportunity. Yeah.
And as I say, we will definitely on Friday we want to do an after action report on the week on each of the sessions. So what was most helpful, what worked, what didn't work. So you should be taking notes all along, like that's a dumb idea, that's a good idea. And then we can talk on Friday, do an after action of the week so that for our future engagements, we know what works and how best to do it. So.
The plan for Friday is that we want to ensure that you can come back to visit at least twice per year. Because for one activity, you accomplish so much with us. We have to make it twice per year. That will be our goal. Okay.
I think that works. As people, so we're in the same boat as you. We need budget and people, but as long as we have that, I'm happy to support.
So that was a nice discussion. It gave me some time to flip the chart sideways, as Barbara asked, take all your suggestions and throw the darts to where they may land. So now what we have is the timeline across the top, the phases across the left, and everything that you mentioned. And again, it's a dartboard throw where it would go. And I think before, I don't know if there's a break coming or something, but we want to kind of get into your chart and what's missing to start a very first framework of your 5-year plan. So really your thoughts on, to help you with your goals and strategies, kind of what goes in there. Yeah, so now I flipped it. So time is across the top and lines of effort are down the bottom. And the things that we want to do in the time zone, again, just dartboarded from what you said, are in the boxes. So I think I've captured everything. Luckily, everybody talked loud enough for me to rebuild, long enough for me to rebuild.
No, no, but, well, we want to, I know that you decided where they might go in the phases, but yes, but the team here, the team needs to discuss that. And so I think, yeah, so I think that let's talk about where these things might fall and what is first. Yeah. So I think, so when you look at like adoption of standards and establishing guidelines, that sort of seems like phase 2. It almost is the wording of phase 2. So I would say those would be in phase 2. Is that where you put them? Oh.
Same word. I couldn't miss that.
These aren't.
Different standards. It actually shows the three.
Yeah.
Okay, and also for develop the National Cyber Incident Response Plan, there might be something that we need to put for laying the foundation. For example, what we have done so far is academic workshop to lay the foundation and educate the stakeholders as well, so that they can join in writing the incident response plan and perform peer review or give us some feedback. So it's not just for the program that we have the draft. That's not enough. We need to educate more CAI and more people so that they can join in with their expertise. Because for this plan, for it to be successful, we need to get input from all the stakeholders, and they need to be on the same page, same understanding. Otherwise, we'll be accomplish something that no one understands, and it will be even harder for them to contribute. Yeah.
So we agree, and so do we have a stakeholder engagement plan? I don't think we have a stakeholder engagement plan listed as one of our bullets. Oops. And obviously, stakeholder engagement will happen in all the phases because it has to happen on all of these things. The other thing that has to happen on all of these is some kind of education. But when you were talking, it occurred to me, there's pre-education and there's post-education. So as you talked about, there's pre-education for the incident response plan. You need to educate them so that they can participate in creating the plan. You're also going to want to do training after you have the plan on how to actually use the plan and implement it. So I think that it's interesting that the education process is both the pre and the post when you come to the National Incident Response Plan. And so I think the pre-education is really laying the foundation. It really is part of the stakeholder engagement plan. Is really, what particular things do you need to start engaging the stakeholders on as you're laying the foundation? Part of that, I think, is teaching them about who you are, what you're going to do, and how you want to work with them. And then there's going to be specific things, specific programs like the National Incident Response Plan that you're going to have this tailored engagement on. I think one of the challenges whenever you're starting a new organization is building that trust. You talk about trust, And anything new, everyone's gonna be skeptical about. They're gonna sit there and say, what are they up to? Are they spying on me? You know, or they just want to steal my information and they're not going to help me by giving me information? Or, you know, is it just the government, whatever? And so part of that is building trust about who you are and how you're going to work with them and build a partnership, not a, we're coming in and we're going to tell you how to run your business. That's a long way of saying stakeholder engagement.
And also for develop national cert, should we add sectorial cert as well? Not just the national cert, because we have to work with the sectorial cert.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
sectoral cert and I thought that we work with them on sectoral.
Yeah, and also for national coordination centers, or the one that we need to add more is the regulators, not just on the coordinating in terms of incident, but also in terms of collect all the information and set the standard with them. Because the way that one thing I forgot to explain about our Cybersecurity Act is that we wouldn't, by design, we don't want to interact with the CI directly. We want to work with regulators, and regulator is the one that involved directly with the CAI.
Now, I didn't understand that. So that, I didn't expect that.
Mm.
And I'm interested in why that's the case, because
Yeah.
they
But-
don't do it that way.
Yeah.
So is there a reason why you chose to-
Because it was designed by the law. Actually, we don't believe in it. But the way the law designed it, because our organization wouldn't be huge, so they want us to work with regulators, and regulator is the one that tell people to do things. The CI, you need to do this and that, and then tell regulators. Regulator will inform us if they have done it, and it doesn't work. But it was designed in the law to be like that. So the way we're doing things right now, we work with regulators and CAI. Yeah.
Although the law says work with the regulators, does the law say you cannot work with the
It doesn't say that. That's why we have to work around it. Even though it was by design for regulator to work closely with the CAI, but at the end, it doesn't work. Because most of the regulators have no cybersecurity experience.
That's problem number one.
Yeah, they can enforce with their own existing issues and concern that you have to perform up to this standard in order for us to license you, or do this, then we can certify that you are okay or perform correctly. But none of them, almost none of them, have cybersecurity auditing experience. So even though the law said that, but it doesn't stop us from working directly with CAI. I just want to inform you that that's the case in the law right now.
And that's an interesting challenge. Primarily for information sharing, because they often companies do not want to share information with the regulators. The regulators can find them and get them in trouble or take away their license or whatever. They're much more willing to share with people who can't cause them problems, that are there to help them not cause them problems. And one of the best ways to do that in information sharing is to create a process where they can provide information anonymously, so that they are not saying, company ABC, I have this vulnerability that I discovered, because they don't want to let everybody know that they've got a vulnerability. They didn't have to. But they do want other companies to know about this vulnerability, because they might have it too. a way that you can share information like that from the state and not through a regulator. We can talk about models for that. We have a model in our aviation part of MITRE called science, where MITRE is the black box.
Well, yeah, but we have one exception to the rules. For sector of bank, BOT is the regulators, and they have formed TB cert. But for their sectors, they prefer to discuss among themselves. They're willing to share with the regulators because regulator is also the bank. So they have some in-depth understanding between each others. But for the rest, I agree with you that will be like what we discussed. Because if they talk to regulators, sometimes regulator cannot help, but it might be the cause for punishment. So right now we have to work not according strictly to the law, but we have to work directly. That's why every time we have a meeting, we have to invite sectorial cert, regulators, and CAI. Yeah, that's why we have to do that. Yeah, and so far there's no problem because the regulator, they know that they are not strong enough to control the entity under them. So they are so happy that we include them, but not forcing them to perform according to Cybersecurity Act. So the reason I'm discussing with you right now, because if you just read it, you might have different interpretation from what's currently going on with us right now.
Yeah, so maybe the bullet turns into the triangle for the milestone where you think you hit
Yeah,
one.
but the thing, but it have to be, it doesn't have to accomplish, especially only that time period. For some of them, I believe we might start from here and there will be a long continuation across the board. Because, for example, for training, we cannot train for 1 year or in the beginning and then stop training. There will be a new stakeholder, new phase to the program, and then we might have to do the retrain or the continuation. So for this, it might be it might signify the starting point, and then quite a few of these I think we have to do the continuation of it. Maybe not specifically within this year or that year that we're gonna do this, and not for the rest. Yeah.
So it's define the constituencies of each of the sectors. And then on the second one, understand and address cyber risk management. Third one is the self-assessment tools and establish risk readiness model for the CII. And then the last two ones are build resiliency into the sectors and establish a central review process. So those are the original ones in the plan. All of this is a starting point, yeah.
Okay, I think the task right now, I think it sounds good, but it might be wise for us to take a look at it and get input from our side as well to join in. But we need some good name for critical infrastructure. For example, should it be a critical infrastructure cybersecurity improvement plan or critical infrastructure enhancement to define whatever that came after this? Because right now it's just critical infrastructure. We might have to have some good name for those kind. For example, CI cert. It got a good verb in front of it, develop CI cert, or develop national cert. So we need some kind of okay, so planning, cybersecurity improvement planning. Yeah, and we can put a lot of stuff under that one. Engagement and support. So anything that we have to work with CAI can fall into that category. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. After we finish for today, we will pass it around in our executive staff to get more input on what else they need to cooperate with us. And also for this one, I think we can use it as a basis for further discussion with SEI and CSI in the future as well. So will be one whole plan for State Department to work with us in order to do planning or budgeting for the future.
So this is kind of, yeah, the mind map that we'll start working through. It turns into something like you said, where there's maybe each one has a chart with the lines and how far over does it go and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I'll email this to Captain Jadette, and then after the week, when we have some products, it'll turn into something more presentable. But this is a start of a mind map approach, I think.
So let's take a break in the same room, and if you want to use restroom, please be free. When should we be back here? How about 3:40? Okay. Okay. So you can take a nap as well, just in case you need to. Okay, I think it's wrapping up for today. Anything else on the agenda? For this, I think we will review it on our site for NCSA. And tomorrow will be exciting session for you. Our Secretary General will join you, but I have some online session. After I finish, I will come in here and join you as well. I will be around. Yeah. He will explain about the detail for tomorrow. Yeah. เชิญครับ
All right, for tomorrow's session, we invite representative from CAI organization via online. However, we have 3 person that will come to here, so they can talk with you. One is from Bank of Thailand authority. 2 person from Thai Bank Cert. So these 3 person can discuss with you closely, and because the session will start at 10, I will invite the Secretary General to give opening remark at 10 o'clock. So your team, please come here before 9:30, so we can prepare like a electronic or equipment for you, and we will open the system for the online person at 9:50. So they will come for the session at 9:50. And then Secretary General give the opening remark at 10, and then I will give the session to your side. 66 I'm not quite sure. กระต่ายทราบไหมครับมีจำนวนคนออนไลน์เท่าไหร่นะ200 maybe around 200 online. I try to give them the chance to be here around 30%. Yeah. But this is the COVID situation. They don't want to stay here, even though I try my best to motivate them to come here.
Like I said, COVID right now is a blessing and a curse. It's a curse because everything got cut, especially the budget. But for online activity, people prefer it now. We have to try so hard to get people to come out to join, even for training. If they have the chance to join online training instead of physical, they will choose online. Even though for our point of view, the benefit we gain from having them come away from the office and join in physical is much more than online. But sometimes people have to do things, one in the afternoon, one session, and the other in something else. So people prefer online activity now. Okay, and for the one that will join us, we have to ask them and beg them, please come, because but not only by chance. The people from TB Cert, they are very good at what they do, and they have a lot of experience to share. So I'll be glad to have them here. Okay.
Stakeholder register and get suggestions for who should be the stakeholders. So if we've got this plan and we're trying to figure out who the stakeholders are. We're going to have the people in the audience help us identify stakeholders. And, you know, you came up with a really good example today, which was like the media. You've got to be friends with the media. So that, I know, but work with them, yeah. Yeah, exactly. But that, you know, but that would meet the definition of a stakeholder. And so I think we really want the group to come up and be creative with who the stakeholders are. And then, you know, and then we've got other exercises built in there. And so let's figure out a way that maybe you can monitor a chat, and if people have ideas and you can get them, and then they could even put the, you know, ideas in Thai, and you could, if that made them more comfortable.
Yeah. I will prepare one person to monitor the chat. So if we have any question from them, I will let you know.
Good. And we really want to encourage questions. We want this to be a conversation and a dialogue. Because if they don't talk, we're going to end up talking.
Actually, I'm not quite sure about this, but naturally, they don't want to speak. They want to chat because it's very comfortable for them. So primarily, I will let them communicate to you via chat channel instead of the speaking. I'm not quite sure about the other mechanism like Mentimeter. Do you prepare for that? Mentimeter? No.
Okay. Well, if you have a list of possible questions, we can help prepare it. And when we want people to engage in voting, share idea, instead of typing the chat box, they can join in with menti.com, the Mentimeter. อันนี้ของเรายังมีรันอยู่ไหมยังมี account อยู่ไหมเดี๋ยวลองดู
We have the licensing of Mentimeter, but let me check for a while because it's quite long that we pay for that. So let me check for that. If you want, please tell me tonight. So I will tell you is it available or not.
And also, please provide the list of questions or leading discussion so that our team can type it in advance and then bring it up when you want. Okay. And also, fallback plan is the chat box. Okay. We will have someone help in monitoring the chat box and invite them to share the information in Thai or in English, and our staff will translate. So that it will be easier for them to join in with the discussion. Yeah, but that's what I thought as well, that Menti only for multiple choice, but in fact it then collect their comment as well. Yeah. And somebody will help you with the analyzing the word that people put in. Okay. But if we run out of license before that, we will use just the chat box to collect the information. Okay. Yeah, we can share the screen.
We will prepare for the Zoom webinar for you, and of course you can share the screen because you are the lead person for the session. So no problem for that. If you want to share some material or the with the sound, maybe you can come earlier and test to make sure that it's work here.
And also another thing I learned over the weekend is the new services. At least for me, is the Padlet, PADLET.com. And some of the classes I joined over the weekend, they use it to share the idea and append the comment into existing one or create a new one. So that's something that we could use. Okay. เดี๋ยวลองเข้าไปศึกษาดูเผื่อว่าจะใช้ตัวนี้นะครับ ถ้าเมนติมีปัญหานะฮะ PADLET.com Padlet Also, if you have any document or reading material or whatever you want to share, please provide to us, and then we can send email to the people that will join. Okay.
Yeah. For tomorrow and Wednesday is the same participants. It's a CII operator representative. And on Thursday in the afternoon, it also be the CII operator representative. Let me ask about the Thursday morning. Do we need to come here? Because you said that it's a speaker from another organization, right? Right? So I'm not quite sure that do your team need to come here in the morning of the Thursday, or you can come here only in the afternoon. It depends on your convenience. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. So I will prepare the room before you arrive here at Thursday morning for the 9. Okay, I see. I see. Okay, I will prepare everything here for that. Yeah, you're welcome. Based on the schedule, we will leave here to the how can I say to the river port directly. So you please prepare every your belonging or your special dress is a Hawaii theme. Yeah. So you or any dress that you be convenient, comfortable. Okay. And based on the schedule, we should on board on the cruise at 18:30, and after that we will on the cruise until 20 at sharp back to the port, and that's it for that day. Mhm. Don't forget to send you this material to me, so I can work with. Oh, really? Oh, sorry for that. I will work with the other person to make it more information and to be ready before Friday.
Loosely related to that, I think we do when we're working on the 5-year strategic plan, assuming 2 visits or something, what are things you really want us to focus on the next time we do come back? That would be good to leave here with that. Like, what's your top priorities? So we can work on it at home.
I think the incident response plan. If we want specify one thing that we want, the national incident response plan. That's what we urgently needed.
Yeah, we don't need answers just right now. Just think about, yeah, so next time we can already start preparing for the next thing as Jared finds us the funding for that. Funding for trip.
Yeah, I'm going to write my congressional representative and make sure they give me some funding. Yeah, definitely.
Can I have one more question? So on April 26, 27, and the afternoon of 28, there are different topics. So I would like to know which topic who is going to be a key speaker, like all of you or just one person? Okay. Okay, sure. So when I introduction about biology of the key speaker, so I would like to let your name 3 person. So thank you.
Okay, so it will be quite informal. So it wouldn't be a lecture that start by Barbara and give the speaker introduction. So it'd be like a more like a lead discussion. Okay, she's new at MC task, so she wanted to be perfect. Maybe one for tomorrow. In the beginning, maybe you just make the introduction. But for the rest of the time, it's the same group, same people from different places to join. Maybe we don't need to reintroduce. Okay.
One more thing from that I have, for the pictures we took today, would you mind sending some of those to me or to us? I would love to share those with my colleagues at the department. I'm sure they would be thrilled to see all the photos.
We will upload it to Google Drive or our cloud, and then you can select from the collection that we will send the link to you.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
เดี๋ยวใครดำเนินการตรงนี้โอเคทั้งสองกล้องเลยนะครับโอเคแล้วเก่งมีอีเมลเขายัง
Yeah, you can send an email, or if you want to provide like the link to your Google Drive that you stored on, I think that's fine. Yeah, whatever is easiest for you all. Yeah, would be great.
And this is the email.
Yeah, and I can give you all my business card too if you would like. I have plenty, so you can use the email on the card and just send it. Yep. Yeah, it's the same email. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, so we collect all the photo from all the cameras today and upload it, and then you can select whichever you want and forward it. Okay. It said Cherokee Nation. Are you Indian?
No, that's just the company I work for.
Oh, okay.
Tribal company. So
Oh.
they represent the Cherokee.
Okay. Okay. Interesting name. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else? Okay. มีเพิ่มเติมไหม Okay. So I guess that's it. Enjoy your evening in Bangkok. Enjoy your food. Make sure that you get through all the lists that you have prepared. Okay. So thank you very much.